Good evening, experiments. It feels weird having the week technically start on a Tuesday, but also I don't think I would have been able to hold off on continuing Fata Morgana. I really like this game. Okay. And I also wanted to start early so that I'm not going super late because I want to get through the entire chapter. Because each time I end up streaming this, it feels like the chapters go about as long as the usual stream is. Like, I'm not gonna complain because that's like 7 hours of good writing, but the problem is that I end up having to wake up pretty early the next day. So that's why the stream's starting a little bit earlier than usually when I do this. Okay. Because I should be, yes, talking to the man in the painting. Who are you? Me. I am, well, as you can see, I'm a painting. Why did I end up as a painting? Hmm, hard to say. Maybe I was reborn as a painting because I used to really like art. Though there are things I painted that I wish I hadn't. Maybe that regret's what turned me into this. Hopefully I get a chance to apologize to him about that. Anywho, no point in getting into any more detail than that. Wouldn't mean anything to you, so enough about me. Oh, right. You don't know anything about yourself. A shame, that. Hmm. Alright then. A favor for you. Since you can't tell me about yourself. If you run into him, could you tell him I really regret what I did? I know I should tell him myself, but, well, as you can see, I'm stuck here. Can't move an inch, so I've got to ask for help. I feel absolutely terrible about painting that picture. Are you... I know, yeah. The deadline's way past on that one. But that's what it makes it a regret, yeah? Because you can't take it back. By the time I had realized it was too late, he was already dead. He's long since passed away. Huh? How are you supposed to give a dead fellow a message? Well, for all you know, the dead could be wandering these halls too. So please, if you come across him, tell him I said that. That I didn't mean any harm with that painting. Or maybe you are him. Are you the painter from the first story? What is this place? Oof. Talk about a hard-hitting question. I'm probably not the one who'll be able to answer that for you. I don't have a very deep connection with this mansion, you see. I swear it. I got nothing to gain from lying, do I? It's my regrets that have turned me into this. I wasn't summoned here by no one. That said, there is one thing I can tell you. This place summons people. People who have ties to something that happened long, long ago. No one knows anything even happened. I didn't know either, till she told me. Though I haven't the foggiest how much of it's true or not. Are you here? Because you were summoned by her? Or did you come here of your own free will to find someone? If you came here of your own volition and you weren't summoned by her, then mayhaps you'll be the one who can break. Who is the maid? Might as well ask her that directly. But she won't say it till you've regained your own self. I see. Well, in that case, if you want to know, you know what you gotta do. It's entirely up to you whether you make an ally or an enemy out of her. There's no guaranteeing she's even right in the head. You never know. Maybe you're not the only one who hasn't found themselves. Haven't talked that much in a long time. Feels great. And now that I've got that out of my system, I should be able to get some sleep. You're probably still wandering in the dark right now, but I really hope you find the outcome you want. And I mean that. You can either reclaim your old self or you can toss it aside. The choice is yours either way. Now, since it looks like your escort isn't showing up, what do you plan to do next? How about taking a look around the place, since you've got a little free time? Could be you come across some things you wouldn't with her around. Alright, if you're gonna go exploring, I've got the perfect thing. Stick your hand into the canvas, would you? The painting was still warped in an impenetrable darkness. A perfect, all-consuming void. The man had told you to put your hand into it. You. Sure. I'll reach into the frame. You extended your hand for the painting. The moment your fingertips brushed against the darkness, it swallowed your entire hand up to the wrist. No, not there. That tickles. A little to the right. As the man in the painting had instructed, you groped around the inside of the darkness. Before long, you felt something hard at your fingertips. Clenching the object, you withdrew your hand. Your arm was still intact. You spread your fingers, and there you found a key. Ah, that tickled. With that key, you can access the master bedroom. A while back, she tossed it into me. The damned litter bug. So yeah, it ain't mine. Don't worry about giving it back. However, I bet there's something worth seeing in there, if she felt the need to toss that key. Alright, well, I'm gonna go get some sleep. You take care. If you happen to learn my name, come pay me another visit, should the fancy strike you. Having said that, the painting fell quiet. In your hand lay a small key. It seemed rather antiquated and vaguely familiar. Silence once again drew over the corridor. You stood there all alone, no sign of the maid. After considering it for a few moments, you decided to explore the mansion on your own. Oh my god. Call for the maid. You tried calling for the maid. It was quiet. A sense of loneliness fell over you. The fireplace, the den. I want to see the stained glass window. You approached the stained glass window. An array of pews was arranged facing the stained glass. There seemed to be an air of tranquility about the room. You sat down on one of the pews and stared quietly forward for some time. For a moment, you felt like you were on the verge of recalling something, but ultimately, the memory never managed to surface. The maid did not appear to be there. Where could she have gone? You decided to resume exploring the mansion. What about the entrance? You made your way to the mansion's entrance. There was no one around, nor any source of light. Groping through the darkness, you found the front door, which was sealed shut with a heavy bar. You pressed against the bar, but it remained firmly in place. The door did not budge either. It seemed you could not leave the mansion. Burn the witch. Crucify the impure. When you made the step away from the entrance, you heard a muffled voice. You looked around, but you were unable to determine the source of the voice. Nor could you be sure whom you had heard either. Giving up on finding anything at the entrance, you decided to head somewhere else. What about the fireplace? You made your way to the room with the fireplace. What remained of the fire crackled weakly, leaving the room in a veil of darkness. You remembered that you had awoken here. Out of sheer curiosity, you sat down in a rocking chair. You had been asleep in. Creak, creak, creak. It was so soothing as a cradle to a baby, and in short order, you found your consciousness drifting from your grasp. The way that "you" is capitalized. Reading a story by the fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say, do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? Your eyes slowly slid open. Fragments of a pleasant dream lingered in the back of your mind. The crackling of a fire, the taste of warm wine. However, there was nothing pleasant about the fireplace sitting before you. No warm, crackling flames. In fact, the brisk air of the room overpowered the remnants of embers left there. A chill ran down your spine. Afraid you might freeze stiff if you stayed there much longer, you resumed your exploration of the mansion. What about the den? The scent of cigarette smoke lingered in the den. However, the room was silent. Not even an echo of the men's chattering remained. Something was moving. Billiards balls. There was no one present to strike the balls. They rolled spontaneously around the table. The paths they traced across the surface were rough and erratic, contrasting that of when the former master had held the cue. The spheres collided awkwardly with one another, not a single one coming close to the pockets. As an experiment, he pulled a ball off the table. In response, the path of the balls became even clumsier. Having lost one of their targets, they began bouncing aimlessly off the cushioned walls of the table. As you stared intently at the table, a man's voice rang out from somewhere in the room. Jacopo? Spinning around, you saw a silhouette of a man. However, you could not make out what the man was saying. The man thrust his finger at the table. He appeared to want you to return the ball. You reluctantly placed the billiards ball back on the table. When you did, the balls resumed endlessly colliding with one another, never landing in any of the pockets. You look up to find the shadow gone. Having determined that the maid was not going to appear in the den, you exited the room, making your way back to the corridor. Interesting. Alright, what about the rose garden? Look, your hat is covered in roses. Oh, you got petals on the book. This isn't mine. I can't afford to. Though you could hear the sound of children laughing, you could not see them. Regardless, their cheerful voices warmed your heart. You decided to linger there in the garden for some time. Along with the children's laugh, wafted a sweet fragrance. The wind blew, whisking flower petals up into the air. It was an enchanting sight. But after a while, the roses began to wilt. You could no longer hear the children's voices either. Flaxen-haired boy. A young man stood alone in the withered rose garden. As you drew nearer, you called out to the youth. But the young man did not appear to notice you. He merely stood there, staring vacantly across the garden. The youth muttered something in a lifeless voice. This isn't what I wanted. I just wanted a normal, peaceful life. I can't bear being alone. I can't take this. Someone, get me out of here. Oh God, tell me that I'm not the bad one here. You tried to call out to the young man several times, but he did not seem to hear you. He simply continued muttering to himself. Before long, the youth's shadow faded into nothing. Unable to bear the chilly air any longer, he stepped back into the mansion. And then by the cellar. When you descended into the cellar, you heard beast-like snarling. Along with it came a sour odor and the sound of ripping flesh. You could not see the beast, but that did not make it any less unpleasant. You made to retreat from the cellar. But before you could, a shadowy creature lunged at you. You reflexively squeezed your eyes shut. After several moments, you open your eyes again to find a silhouette of a man standing in place of the beast. You and the shadow stared at one another for some time. You asked the shadow a question, and the shadow responded. However, you had no idea what it said. The shadow seemed to be trying to communicate something to you, but trying to make sense of something you could not understand was pointless. Having no reason to remain in the cellar any longer, you made your way back upstairs. What about in the library? The smell of dusty books filled the air of the library. You approached a shelf to examine one of the books. And suddenly an avalanche of them came falling to the floor. You stared blankly at the mountain of books. They had fallen down on their own, but they showed no signs of putting themselves away. Since no one else was there to do it, you began placing the books back on the shelf. 1, 2, 3, a dozen. And as soon as you had gotten them all back up, they came crashing back down again. You wished very much to implore of the maid's assistance, but she did not appear in the area. Pretending you had not seen anything, you made your way back into the hallway. That feels like a metaphor. Specifically for what, I'm not sure. You tried calling for the maid. It was quiet. A sense of loneliness fell over you. The last place I can go is the master bedroom. You inserted a key you had been given into the door's keyhole, and with a twist, the door opened. The master bedroom was shrouded in darkness, much like every other room in the mansion. It had evidently been left unused for some time. The air in the room was stale and forlorn. Master. A voice seemed to ring out from somewhere. Come on, get up. Up with you. Master. Who are you? See, what did I tell you? It's so much nicer in here with a little light. Without warning, your whole world took on bright, vivid colors. Light streamed through the window, illuminating a well-lit bedroom. A woman's silhouette stood before you. Wait a sec. Don't you hide under your bedspread. Get out of there. Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. Don't worry, I put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside into the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of leaves. You tried to call out to the silhouette, but it did not respond. Reaching out for her, your hand simply passed through her body. It did not seem to be you that she was speaking to. Perhaps you were looking at a scene from some other period of time. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel, heartless and incomprehensible. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality, too. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk, and you listened intently. You can be kind of nice, too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any time then. What do you say we do something today that we haven't been able to do before? Where should we begin? Oh, I know. We can get this place cleaned up. Now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. Who was that? When the woman's shadow faded away, the master bedroom transformed back into its old dreary state. Master, can you say my name? You were unsure how to describe the urge welling up within your breast. You could not say her name. You stood unmoving in the master bedroom for some time, but it did not appear anything else was going to happen. So you decided to head somewhere else. It gives me a chance to go back to the stained glass window. You tried to call for the maid. It was quiet. A sense of loneliness fell over you. I guess back to the stained glass. You returned to the room with the stained glass window. You had searched throughout the mansion but had no luck finding the maid. You felt somewhat tired, though you were not quite sure whether it was physical exhaustion or otherwise. You had little interest in doing any more moving about. Taking a seat in one of the pews, you gazed up at the stained glass. Staring solemnly down back at you was the archangel said to weigh the souls of the deceased. Michael. Perhaps he was trying to weigh your soul. Call for her again. Master. Master. Oh, there you are, Master. You gave me quite the scare. After returning from the third door, you disappeared without a word. Wait, what? Oh my, it was I who disappeared. That is quite strange. I did not go anywhere, as far as I am aware. Nevertheless, I am glad to have found you. I would have been at a complete loss for what to do if I had been separated from you yet again. I did, indeed, say that when you first arrived. I have been waiting for your return for a very long time. For centuries, as a matter of fact. That would make me a ghost then, you say. I'm very much not a ghost. Would I be able to hold your hand if I were? True. Saying this, the maid took your hand. It was cold enough to send a shudder down your spine, and completely devoid of life. Though, as chilling as it may have been, you still took comfort in the feeling of her hand in yours. The maid looked down at you with gentle eyes. After a few moments of silence, she sat down beside you. The stained glass is quite beautiful, is it not? Every time I see it, it brings a tranquility to my heart. A dreadful, deep-rooted curse afflicts this mansion. However, this room is the one exception. Can you feel the purity that hangs in the air, Master? Yes. What is it, Master? You are correct. The stained glass window had been shattered and was not present in the time period of the previous tale. I wonder. Perhaps it is because the mansion we are in presently resides in a realm separate from the real world. What do you mean? What, are we in a pocket dimension? We are in a world constructed from myriad memories and histories. Oh, we are in a pocket dimension? I am sure that when you regain your old self, Master, the mansion too shall be restored to its original state. So do you try and remember, all right? Oh, yes. Where did you go in my absence, Master? I see. So you explored the mansion, then? And did you find anything noteworthy? Memories. I am not quite sure what you mean. How peculiar. As servant of this house, I pride myself in being aware of most everything present within these walls. I wonder whose memories they could be. The key to the master bedroom. Why did I throw away the key? I beg your pardon. You say a painting told you. You could see perplexity on the maid's face. You had never seen her make such an expression before. True. I was going to say that this is a completely unique look for her. It's not her to be caught off guard. It's not like her to be caught off guard. I know nothing of any key. Oh, master, you should not tell jokes meant to cause others discomfort. But a talking painting, you say? You seem to have a rather vivid imagination. Maybe you can tell the next tale, master. I am only teasing. Now, that was a nice break, but we should get moving. The tale I'm about to show you is the last of the mansion's memories. I am certain you will remember yourself after seeing it. To our feet. The final door is not far. And please, do not let go of my hand. Holding your hand, the maid led you to the far end of the room. Crossing beneath the stained glass window, a metal door came into view. Our destination lies at the top of these stairs. There, we will find one last door. She pushed open the metal door, revealing a long, long spiral staircase. The style for the CG is different. It looks like a painting. It will be a bit of a walk, so let us be on our way. And please, do watch your step. This is called an observation tower. Normally, towers such as this were built in castles or churches, so it is rather strange for there to be one in a mansion. The last door I wish to show you, master, resides at the top of this tower. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in several locations along the way up the spiral staircase. You attempted to peer out one of the windows, but all you could see was a thick layer of fog. Perhaps the maid's suggestion that the mansion did not presently reside in reality was, in fact, correct. With each step upward, you found yourself gripped by an indescribable sense of anxiety. The feeling somewhat resembled irritation or annoyance. Sensing this, the maid tightly gripped your hand. There is nothing to worry about. You will be fine. It is all in the past. No matter what may happen, so long as you do not let go of my hand, you have nothing to fear. You and the maid continued climbing the stairs. Up and up, around and around, marching ever nearer the supposed final door. High up in a tower, as the light from below drew distant, a rotten wood door came into view. Patches of what appeared to be blood stained the surface, and holes had been bored into it with sharp objects of some sort. You heard a scream from far below, where no one should have been. Kill the witch, kill the witch, kill the witch. Burn her, burn her, burn her. You were struck with fear. The next moment the maid opened a door. And then you slowly descended into darkness. Fourth door. 1099. This is an origin point. Set on a pot, set it on, and also pour water into it. Gather the pieces thereof into it. Even every good piece, the thigh and the shoulder. Fill it with the choice bones. Take the choice of the flock, and burn also the bones under it. And make it boil well, and let them seethe the bones of it therein. Thus said the Lord, woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose scum is therein, and whose scum is not gone out of it. Bring it out piece by piece. Let no lot fall upon it. We're starting with the white-haired girl? Where is she? Where'd she go? She came down this way. I'm sure of it. Find her. Find her. And burn her. Burn the witch. 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 Burn her, 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 burn her. Then will I leave thee upon the land. I will cast thee forth upon the open field, and will cause all the fowls of the heavens to remain upon thee. And I will fill the beasts of the whole earth with thee. And I will lay thy flesh upon the mountains, and fill the valleys with thy height. I will also water with thy blood the land wherein thou swimmest, even to the mountains. And the river shall be full of thee. And when I shall put thee out, I will cover the heaven, and make the stars thereof dark. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not give her light. All the bright lights of heaven, will I make dark over thee, and set darkness upon thy land. I seem to have lost them. Now where am I? Where should I go from here? What am I to do? Darkness spreads as far as the eye can see. Not a ray of light shines down upon me. All that strokes my cheek are tendrils of darkness. Every passing day, every fading hour, my world is engulfed in ebony. There exists no kindness in the shadow, only solitude. I've lost track of how long I've been on the run, wandering aimlessly, lost, until I arrived at this dark forest. I no longer have anywhere to go. O Father, who art in heaven, I kneel to thee within my heart and ask of thee thy blessing. O Father, who art in heaven, I ask of thee to shine thy light upon me and show me the way. Please have mercy upon my soul. O Father, who art in heaven, I do love thee dearly. Hallowed be thy name. Please show me the way. I may be shunned and persecuted, and I may have no place to go. But nevertheless, I am unable to give up on life, to cast aside my hope. O Father, who art in heaven, please guide me unto salvation. O Father, who art in heaven, please guide me. I can no longer remember when my life became naught but running, when it became endless wandering in the dark. And now, when I've reached a point where I've long since forgotten my hunger and thirst, my voice has become hoarse, my vision gone blurry, and my consciousness begun sinking into a hazy morass. That mansion appears before me, wrapped in a morning fog that seems to foretell rain. Oh my. The mansion comes into view like the world fading in after a dream. It doesn't appear as though anyone lives here. All the windows are either boarded up or shuttered, as if it's long since been abandoned. The tower, which seems out of place in a personal residence, stands tall beside the mansion. The whole building seems as though it could disappear with the fog. It has an unwelcoming presence, freezing me in my tracks. However, if this is where you have led me, then I shall follow your guidance. Having nowhere else to go, this mansion is my only salvation, the light that guides my way. And so I must have faith that no matter what I find, whether spirits or wild beasts dwell within these halls, that this is where I will find peace. Is anyone there? I guess it is abandoned. That makes sense. It would be more unnatural for someone to be living in a house so deep in the woods, so far from civilization, like it's been forgotten the time. I can't imagine anyone spending their days here. I place my hand on the front door. What if I can't get in? I very much doubt I'll find anywhere else to stay, wandering around through the woods. If the door doesn't open, then I'll die out here in the forest. I've come to accept much, but I'm not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. The door is heavy, and though it seems to protest my attempts to enter, it still opens much easier than I was expecting. This is also the first story in first person? The narration isn't from the maid's perspective. Presumably. Why is my nose so itchy? I was worried over nothing. Looking in, I get the strangest impression light is being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, it feels as though I am about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I close the door, it's so dark I can't even tell where I'm walking. I wonder if the window's open. Though I managed to fumble my way over to a window, it's tightly shuttered, and the shutters are caked with rust. I'm probably not getting it open without a fight. If only I had some source of light. I can't even see my hand waving in front of my face. It feels like the floor will fall out from under me and I'll sink into eternal darkness if I don't watch my step. Fighting back the fear, I slowly walk forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There is a door at the end of the long corridor. I pull it open, and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushes past me. It's too dark to see anything, but I can feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. This is also the first story that, one, doesn't start in a house, and two, doesn't start in the room where the maid starts us at. It's too dark to see anything, but I can feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness grips me. Is anybody here? My voice simply disappears into the void. No response. As I'm pushing forward through the freezing air, for a split second, I spot a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I am able to make out a large window. Unlike the others, it's not shuttered, but covered by drapes. My chances are slim, I imagine, but if there's even a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it's worth a shot. So I pull open the drapes. the stained glass. The next moment, faint but colorful light shines down on me. It's a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I can hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. I guess it finally started. The different colors of light blend into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's gorgeous. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Suddenly, I hear a voice, and I can sense someone else in the room. The man's voice is emotionless, neither deep nor high. Before long, he comes into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. Wait, this is the previous memory, but from a different perspective. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but I did announce myself. The man stands there, practically blending in with the darkness. Has he been there the whole time? He's staring straight at me. His gaze wavers slightly, but not enough for me to read anything into it. The candle in his hand and the light from the stained glass window are the only illumination in the room, neither of which are particularly bright. As a result, his outline is faint and blurred. It gives off the impression that he might vanish entirely between blinks. My apologies. I assumed the house was abandoned. I suspect you would have preferred it to be abandoned. Not at all. Is this, do you live in this mansion? Yes, I have, for a very long time. I thought I had barred the front door, but it would seem I left it open. What brings you here? If you're lost, I'm happy to give you directions. There is a village west of here. It should take you maybe half a day on foot. If you are in need of money, please help yourself to some of the furniture. Trade it for food at the village, then make your way to a larger town. Please allow me to stay here. Could you repeat that? I cannot go to the village. No, I cannot go anywhere. I am no longer able to freely return to any town. I'm being hunted. You seem rather young to be a sinner. So you have transgressed. I am neither a thief nor an adulterer. If I bear any sin, then it has been with me since birth. I will do everything I can to stay out of your way. I simply ask that you grant me shelter until it all blows over. If you wish to know of my transgression, I will tell you. So please, do not throw me out. I see. And do you ask this of me aware of how people refer to this mansion? Pardon? It is said that a witch once lived in this house. And not just any witch, a cursed witch. This house has been tainted by her seething hatred, and all who dwell within it meet their demise. But you live here, don't you? Like her, I too am cursed. Huh? What kind of curse? The one thing I can tell you is that your life is in danger if you get involved with me. Should you approach my curse, I am likely to take your life. You'll kill me. Yes, so you do not belong here. To live with me in this mansion is to sentence yourself to death. No matter what path I choose, I very much doubt I have a future. And if that's the case, then I shall live how I want. I don't care what people say about you or this mansion. I wish to stay here. You might think I'm rather strange, but my heart tells me that I must stay here, that I was guided here. And hearing what you have to say only reinforces that. What are you scheming? I am not scheming anything. I am simply tired of running. So if your curse is going to kill me, then perhaps that's for the best. At the very least, you won't be hunting me. You won't try to flay me, or tear off my arms, or rip the flesh from my bones. And that's enough for me. If you have committed no sin, then why do they hunt you so fervently? I am accused of being a witch. Master, please, wake up. Return to me. Ah, have you come too, Master? I apologize for sending you through the door without warning. It must have given you quite the scare. But I beg your forgiveness. I heard a terrible screaming from down the stairs and I panicked. What? So you say you saw the white-haired girl. I see. So you made it into the world beyond the door before me. Wait, what? I am deeply relieved that I was able to take your hand before losing sight of you. I presume you have already grown familiar with the atmosphere of this time period, Master. If you have seen her, as you said, then you should have the basic grasp of the situation. She was a very misfortunate girl in this era, accused of being a witch, abused, and persecuted. Her life was in constant danger. It was, again, her appearance that brought this upon her. That snow-white hair and those ruby-red eyes clearly differentiated her from everyone else. Oh, and I apologize. I neglected to mention that this door is unique. As for what sets it apart, that will be made clear as we proceed. The one difference is in the time period. The tales I have shown you began with that of the beautiful flaxen-haired family, followed by the tale of the bloodthirsty beast, and then the tale of steel and ambition, proceeding in chronological order. However, the door we have just entered takes us to the period now known as the Middle Ages, long, long before the other three tales. Yes, that is correct. This is where it all began. The mansion's curse, the truth of the witch, and your identity. All of this should be made known. If, after this tale, you are still unable to reclaim your old self, then there is nothing more I can do. This door contains the last tale I'm able to tell you. So I ask of you, please, do not let go of my hand until it is all over. Now then, Let us begin a beautiful, tragic love story of two solitary souls trapped in a mansion of darkness. In this era, the mansion was a dungeon draped in darkness. After a great deal of time on the run, the white-haired girl found herself at the remote mansion that stood in the dark, overgrown forest. Now we're back to the maid's narration. All the windows were either boarded or shuttered, and it was even darker inside the house than out. Not even a ray of moonlight could enter those walls. Only naturally, the white-haired girl had assumed that nobody lived there. But her guess was incorrect. Someone did, indeed, dwell in the house. It was a young man named Michael. Though she could not make out the details of his face in the candlelight, she thought him a very handsome man. However, he proclaimed to her that a witch resided within the mansion, and that he, too, was cursed. Everyone who got close to him lost their lives. Do you think that what he told her was all nonsense? A lie devised to chase her out of the house? The truth of the matter shall come to light in time. And ad should be starting in a split second. Which is perfect because it gives me a chance to go make tea, so I'll be right back. The earliest time period of everything starting is 1099. Despite Michael's assertions, the white-haired girl decided she would take up residence within the mansion. This era's white-haired girl was younger than the others. She was still in her early teens, young enough to still be seen as still a child. But she was neither as self-centered nor irresponsible as you might expect of someone her age. She was very delicate and reserved, and acted with a great deal of modesty and restraint. The accusations of her being a criminal and a sinner were grossly inappropriate. Nevertheless, she was still chased from her home, barely managing to flee to the mansion with her life. Now, the white-haired girl thought it would be rude to simply take up space in a mansion, so she chased down the master, Michael, and asked, is there anything I can do to help? I will clean or cook or do anything. Just let me know. There's no portrait for her. This is entirely from her first-person perspective. But if she's entirely the same, then why would there not be an issue? Why would we not get the portrait, even with the maid's narration back? I want to repay you for allowing me to stay here. You need not feel indebted to me. The weight of that obligation will only turn into disdain. But I cannot just stay here and do nothing. Do whatever you like, as long as you do not enter my room. That is all I ask of you. He said emotionlessly, turned away and walking off. Michael was not, I believe, spurning her. He was merely disinterested. He did not treat her disrespectfully, nor did he seem averse to her presence. Words simply did not seem to affect him at all. Not only was the mansion a prison for his body was also a prison ensnaring his heart. I should still do whatever I can. But she did not let that get her down. In fact, she might have even interpreted his disinterest as kindness. Though he was a bit standoffish, he did not attempt to cause her harm. He was nothing like the people who had accused her of being a witch and forced her to flee for her life, and she was deeply grateful for that. Thus began their quiet life together. Michael, who avoided contact with others, and the white-haired girl, who had taken a great deal of abuse from others. Two people who knew hardly anything about one another, who were too distant to really be said to be living together. Michael spent most of his days in his chambers, so they only ever saw each other occasionally, and they hardly ever spoke. Though they stayed in the same house, they both still lived solitary lives. Nonetheless, the white-haired girl wanted to get to know Michael better. She wanted to know why he called himself cursed. Why he lived alone in this dark mansion. How many days, how many years he had spent here in solitude. And while she waited for the opportunity, she also started doing things around the house. There's no maid here. The first project she set out to take care of was cleaning. As the windows were all firmly shut, her only source of light was candles. For whatever reason, there was a great deal of candles stored in the cellar. She wondered where on earth he had acquired so many, but she never found the opportunity to ask him. It was difficult to even see all of the dust and cobwebs with only candlelight, and considering the poor airflow through the house, she was afraid her efforts were going to be in vain. Still, she persisted, sweeping and wiping things down, one room at a time. Eventually, She made her way to the library. The dust that had settled there was much heavier than in any other room. With each breath, she had to fight back coughs. It was not a room one would normally be comfortable spending much time in, but the sight of so many bulky volumes lining the shelves sent her heart aflutter with delight. There, books. Incredible. Real books. This would have been before the printing press, which means that all of these would have had to be done by hand. The white-haired girl had never seen a book before. She had heard people describe them, but this was the first time she had ever seen one for herself. Parchment was a very valuable commodity in that era. It was something monks or scholarly priests made use of, and not a material one could easily acquire without some degree of social rank. Books were not printed with machines, but copied by hand. Yep, so I was right. Yeah, this would have been when for like any book to exist, it would have to be entirely done by hand. Hence why, especially for churches, Bibles weren't exactly plentiful, and why it was very specific that the main pastor would read from the text itself. Because oftentimes, depending on the area, the pastor would be the only one who would have the Bible or have a Bible and be able to actually read the text itself. A single volume took an incredible amount of work to create. Even the process of binding was an art. Standing before a shelf, she stared intently at the spines. There's so much dust. Does he not read any of them? Just a peek. Just a tiny little peek. She said, making excuses to the empty room as she reached her hand toward one of the books. The tome that caught her eye was on the upper shelf. It bore gorgeous jade embossing and looked like it belonged in a treasure chest. Almost. Though she tended to act older than her age, the white-haired girl was still in her early teens and not especially tall. Even standing tiptoe, it was still just barely within reach. At long last, her slender fingers made contact with the spine, and she began to pull the book toward her. Ah. The library had sat abandoned for some time, causing the covers to stick together. So when she attempted to pull one out, several others tilted with it, and then almost all the books on a shelf came avalanching down onto her. Just like when I tried to pull a book off the library shelf. Ow! The white-haired girl groaned, buried under a mountain of parchment. She hoped she had not damaged any of her host's valuable collection, for the mess was enough of a setback already in her attempt to express her gratitude. Looking around, she saw one volume that was almost torn in half. She did not know whether it was in that condition before, or it had happened in the fall. But nonetheless, she felt horribly guilty. Sitting there, unable to get back to her feet, tears began welling in her eyes. Then suddenly, a shadow fell over the dejected girl. It took a book in its hands and returned it to the shelf. For a brief moment, the shadow's hand reached hesitantly toward the white-haired girl, then changed course toward another book. Ah. It was Michael. Or is there something in my eye? There was a hint of perplexity in his otherwise emotionless eyes. Perhaps he had heard the noise and came to see what had caused it. I'm sorry. Your books. What were you doing? I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make a mess. I didn't mean to damage such precious books. There is no need to panic. I'm sorry. You make it sound as though I'm admonishing you. What? Did you want to read a book? I do, but that's not what I originally came here to clean. Clean? Yes. I felt guilty simply being idle. I did say you could do as you pleased, but you have no responsibility to clean anything. I just ended up making a bigger mess anyway. I'm sorry. You needn't apologize. Okay. If you want to read, help yourself to any of the books. But I don't know how to read. I just thought the cover was pretty, so I wanted to hold it. You're free to use them however you wish. If looking at them is enough for you, by all means. These are all your books, aren't they? They are. That's incredible. You have so many. It must have taken you a long time to acquire them all. 1 per month. What? My family sends me one every month. You have family? Every month? The white-haired girl turned her gaze back toward the shelves, squinting her eyes and beginning to count. When she finished, she was in awe. There were in excess of 100 books on the shelves, which meant he had lived there in solitude for many years. She was at a loss for words. They're dull tomes, dreadfully inoffensive, and not even interesting enough to waste a few hours with. Decoration is all they're good for. I see. If you can put them to some use, then perhaps my having them won't be entirely meaningless anymore. I'm going to return to my room. Don't feel obliged to clean up. Just a minute. Was there something else? Could you tell me your name? I just realized I never asked for your name. Not knowing what to call you will make conversation awkward. You don't need my name to. I want to, though. Michael. Michael. Like the Archangel. Like the Archangel. The name suits you quite well. It suits me. It does. Although it's difficult to see you in the dark, you seem to be a very handsome man, befitting of your name. I beg to differ. Giving me his name is the highest form of mockery. I expect the real Archangel to probably rather annoyed by it. I don't know. I think it's a wonderful name. And you're... No, never mind. Oh, my name. My name is... Gazelle. Please. Call me Gazelle. But then even your name stays as the white-haired girl. I guess it just makes it easier to keep track. Was your name that the other times as well? Did it work? Is that the first name drop? It is. It's the first time that we've gotten her name. Also, hi, Pennyfeather. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. For what? That I was able to get your name and talk to you for a little bit. We haven't seen much of each other since I first arrived, so I'm glad that I got to hear your voice. So very glad. You gain nothing by speaking to me. You have no responsibility to do so, and there is no need for you to feel joy about it. I'm not pleased out of some sense of responsibility or necessity. It's just depressing, not being able to have a conversation with someone living in the same house. You do not understand me at all. As I said on that first day, my curse will one day kill you. But I'm still alive, aren't I? You're welcome to believe I am lying, or that I'm merely out of my mind. But it will be too late when you realize the truth. I'll be fine, I'm sure. And even if I do die because of your curse, I promise I won't hold a grudge. Could you possibly be keeping away from me out of concern? No, I simply have no interest in interacting with anyone. I would like to interact with you. If you don't mind, that is. As I told you, you have nothing to gain from that. I have nothing, not even words, to give you. My body is but a shell, even if it were not cursed, even if I were not cursed. My presence would do naught but cause you discomfort. I don't think that's true. I don't believe that there's anyone in this world with absolutely nothing. There's plenty inside you. You simply haven't noticed it yet. And not all of it will only cause other pain. Others' pain either. If you truly believe those words, then you are a foolhardy girl. How can you trust someone you only just met? For that matter, how do you not resent everyone? Resent them? I can take a guess as to why people call you a witch, and why you had to flee all the way to this mansion. Your white hair and red eyes. Okay, so you're acknowledging that she also has white hair and red eyes. That abnormal, seemingly inhuman appearance drew their condemnation. And I can think of any number of reasons they might have started treating you less than human. Perhaps people around you experienced misfortune, or perhaps there was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague, some kind of external phenomenon, and you were their scapegoat. Yes, you are, by and large, correct. Then that would make me as unworthy of your trust as anyone else. I make no claim to having your interest in mine. Hi, Julie. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your potion. Muy cute. I'm like so already primed to try to figure out, because this is the only time that the story has entirely been from a first-person perspective. Not as in, like, it is speaking purely from one person talking, as in we are not seeing the white-haired girl. But she is an active participant in this conversation. And talking to Michael has only been in these first-person perspectives. We physically cannot see the white-haired girl this time. Goodbye. If you don't mind, could you teach me how to read sometime? Do you listen to anything I say? Did you listen to anything I said? I listened, yes. I have no intention of idolizing you. I don't expect you to do anything for me, and I don't wish to burden you in any way. I simply wish to be allowed to be at your side. It does not matter to me what kind of person you may be. That is all I want. I apologize for keeping you. Please consider it, if it's not too much trouble. As the master of the house, Michael made his way out of the library. He appeared to be slightly rattled. Perhaps the white-haired girl's determination had ignited something in his chained heart. Or perhaps it was something else. She stared toward the darkness into which Michael had disappeared. Then, she carefully wrapped her arms around the jade embrosed tome, a soft smile spreading across her lips. He's a decent man. I'm sure of it. We're alike, he and I. And thus began to blossom within her a faint sense of fellowship, as someone who also knew solitude. How long until we actually see Gazelle? Or Gisle? I don't know the pronunciation of that specifically. It had been about a week since the white-haired girl had taken up residence in a mansion. Even here, even in the narration, the maid is still referring to her as the white-haired girl and not by her first name. Staying in a house deprived of light was, I imagine, a very claustrophobic experience. There's also little light to anyone blessed enough to have sunlight as part of their everyday lives. It would have been unbearable. But for her, the mansion, with its prison walls and lack of either illumination or recreation, usually Giselle, from the three that I've met. I think I've run into a few people that have had the name before, but I don't think I've ever asked them how to pronounce it. Giselle. Okay. Oh, and even closed caption is getting it right. But for her, the mansion, with its prison walls and lack of either illumination or recreation, was the only place she could find respite. She and Michael continued to be distant, however. He spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had explicitly told the white-haired girl to stay out of, leaving her unable to close that gap. Nonetheless, on the occasions they did cross paths in a hallway, their eyes would meet, if but briefly. It was never more than a few seconds. Whenever she saw him, she made a point of giving him a little smile. He never said anything, but still, when she had first arrived, he would not have even met her gaze. He seemed to be taking more and more notice of her. One day, the white-haired girl stood in the cellar, a frown on her face. Well, this is troubling. I can't go down to the village, but if we don't do something soon... The cellar was where their food was stored, an assortment of non-perishables and dried foods, smoked meats and cheeses. Her daily meals were taken from the supplies there. However, the stockpile was beginning to grow quite small. Were she not on the run, she could have gone to the village to procure more. Or perhaps, were she a little tougher, she could have captured a wild animal for its meat. But master, you know a young, delicate thing like her was hardly up to the task of hunting for food. What does that mean? How does he normally get his supplies, I wonder? From there, other questions about Michael started rising in her mind. No matter how lifeless he seemed, surely he still had to eat, right? The white-haired girl nodded, then made her way out of the cellar, intending to head for his bedchamber. Ah. But on her way there, she spotted him standing by the entrance, staring motionless at the door, lit by a single candle. He appeared to be waiting for something. May I ask you a question? Go on. I was just down in the cellar, and I noticed we were running low on food. Do you normally go to the village to restock? I haven't been outside in 10 years. Then how do you... What if I told you I don't eat? What? That I am not of this world. And as such, I have no need for sustenance. What would you think of that? That sounds very, economical? She's right. Not ideal, but if you don't need to eat, you could save up on a lot of money. If you can survive without having to eat, that's one less thing to worry about. If it were possible, I'd like to have that ability too. It would seem trying to frighten you is a waste of time. Ah. Was I supposed to be afraid? Never mind. It doesn't matter. You asked about the food in the cellar. It's getting to be about that time. Wait, and you will find out. What do you... It's here. Oh? If you want to know where my supplies come from, open the door. But, I'm in hiding. There is no one at the door anymore. The knock is nothing more than a signal. A signal? The white-haired girl turned toward Michael to press him for more information, but he averted his gaze. Find the answer yourself, he seemed to be saying. She took several moments to gather her will, then marched over to the door. So bright. The sunlight, which she had not seen in some time, was so bright it seemed to burn her eyes. Although the sun itself had not gotten any brighter, she had simply spent so much time in the dark, her eyes were no longer accustomed to that much light. The color of her eyes made them quite sensitive to light already, so when she stepped outside, her whole world went bone white. The white-haired girl stood motionless for 10, perhaps 15 seconds, and when her eyes had finally adjusted to the light, "What's this?" She noticed a crate on the ground at her feet. She turned her head back to ask Michael about the box, but the mansion was so dark it appeared to be wholly severed from the outside world. From where she stood, she was unable to distinguish Michael from the shadows. A pang of nervousness struck her. She wanted to return to that darkness as quickly as possible. The white-haired girl had come to yearn for that world without light more than the one with. The crate was fairly hefty. The slightly built girl had considerable difficulty bringing it into the house. But eventually, she did manage to drag it through the front door. And then, everything went dark once more, except for the faint flicker of candlelight floating in the air. You can leave it there. I'll take care of the rest. Let's... Without a word, Michael approached her and the box, withdrawing a knife, that he had evidently kept hidden somewhere on his person. With it, he cut the rope that bound the box. Go on, open it up. At his insistence, she placed her hand upon the lid. She had no idea what lay inside the unexpected delivery. Whoever had brought it was already long gone. Staring at the strange box, she was racked with nervousness. However, what she found when she pushed aside the lid was completely ordinary food. There's something amusing. It was just rather anticlimactic. Here I was, worried about what might be inside. We were just talking about the supplies in a cellar. So, we were. It completely slipped my mind. This should last us for some time. It's all preserved, just like what's in the cellar. But I don't understand. Who would have delivered all this to you? There should be a book in there as well. What? Oh, there it is. In the library, he said that his family sends him 1 book a month. Does that mean this box came from them? If so, then why? Did the person who delivered this leave without speaking to him? What happened between him and his family? Is he here because they want him here? Or because he chose to be here? Take the book to the library, please. I will bring the rest of the supplies to the cellar. But it's a big box. I'm sure you could use some help carrying it. That won't be necessary. Take the book and go. But... Fine. Then stay here. I'll take care of everything. Wait. Hold on, please. What is it? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. And, I'm not trying to pry, but I can't help but be curious. Say what you have to say, please. I was wondering if you could tell me why you live here in this mansion. Why did whoever delivered this box leave before you even opened the door? Could you, perhaps, be imprisoned here? I told you this the very first day. I am cursed. It's only natural for a cursed man to live in a cursed house. Yes, but that's such a vague answer. I don't understand why you're in the situation you are. I don't know how you feel about it. There's so much I don't know. And I'm not even sure your curse actually exists. I see. That is a perfectly reasonable doubt from your point of view. Having been branded a witch because of your appearance. It would make sense that you would think my curse might be fabricated, or perhaps a metaphor for something else. Alright then. Come with me. What? I'll show you my curse. As he turned on his heel, the white-haired girl caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a smirk on his face, like the whole thing was some kind of sick joke. The smile carved into his mask was far colder than any look of annoyance or rejection. But despite this twinge of nervousness, she still followed after Michael. As much as he might have stood out in a crowd with such height and long hair, his presence was almost entirely eroded away by the darkness. She felt that he could simply fade away into nothingness at any moment. Many things are buried here.
Huh?
Mice, insects, wild cats, and dogs. Have you ever thought it strange how little life there seemed to be around this mansion?
You're right. I haven't seen a single creature since I arrived. The only sound you can hear is the wind blowing. Now that you mention it, it did seem peculiar.
They were all killed by me. Or rather, they lost their lives because of me. You have your answer now.
A butterfly fluttered its way into the ruined garden, dancing up and down through the air. Michael held out a finger before himself, and the butterfly, mistaking it for a branch, drifted down upon it to rest its wings. Had the scene stopped there, it would have been a picturesque moment.
All that comes in contact with me loses its life. My skin, the breath I exhale, my flesh and blood, is poison to all life.
But the butterfly's movements began to slow. It spread its wings in one last futile attempt to fight gravity. And then, without warning, it shriveled up into a dry husk.
How?
It's dead. All dried up and lifeless. Like it's been dead for days. It's like his finger drained all the life out of it. Is this his curse? Is that even possible? But I saw it with my own eyes. If this is his curse, though, it explains much.
There are more than just insects and animal corpses buried here, too. Servants who came to visit me long ago
are here, beneath the ground, under our very feet.
That's why the servant leaves before I open the door. Huh? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. The guy at the door. But then how would you know he's a guy? That's why the servant leaves before I open a door. Should he touch me, should he get near me, his very life is in danger. No one is interested enough in seeking me to take that risk. No one will have anything to do with me. Nary a soul even wishes to see my face. Now you understand what I meant when I said I would eventually kill you.
So that's why you have never once touched me. When I knocked the books down in the library, you didn't offer your hand to help me up. And only one of us ever made contact with the box at the entrance at a time. When I offered you to help you carry it, you refused. Because you didn't want your finger to accidentally brush against mine.
My actions were not out of concern for you. I simply dislike people.
Sure.
Others' interests mean nothing to me. What an odd face you're making. Do you not believe my curse is real?
No, I do. It is certainly irrational, inexplicable, unbelievable. But you've shown me more than enough evidence. And I don't believe you're lying to me right now either.
In which case, you can now understand how dangerous it is to be near me. You said that if you left, you would have been killed.
Hi, 7-Eleven convenience store. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your potion. My Mike. But it's been some time since then. If you're careful to cover your tracks, you could make your escape. You do not belong here. He was telling the truth about being cursed. What a cruel burden to have to bear. I can't imagine just how much he's given up on, how many lives he's inadvertently taken, and how he must have felt every time it happened. How much pain that loneliness must have given him. How much despair he must carry in his heart. How much sorrow must be weighing down on him. So no, I will not leave. I will stay here with you.
Leave this place.
No, I will not.
Why? Why do you insist upon remaining in this house after learning what I can do? You have no reason to stay.
Tell me then, why do you try to drive me out? If you don't care for others as you say, if you're not concerned about anyone else, then why does it matter what I do? Why does it matter if I die to your curse? You're a very kind-hearted man. You've been watching out for me since the day I arrived, doing whatever you can to not inadvertently kill me, to not afflict me with your curse.
No.
Here's what I think. No one's capable of showing genuine care for others can honestly, truly dislike all people.
She's so... That's so kind.
No one capable of showing genuine care for others can honestly, truly dislike all people. Ugh. They can't possibly be indifferent.
No,
That day we met before the stained glass window, you heard me out. You listened to my plight. You didn't try to chase me out. That day, I thought you to be a good person, and I still believe that.
I simply assumed you would leave on your own when it was safe. I never thought you would be so foolish as to want to stay in a house like this with a man like me.
How does that make me foolish?
Do you not value your life? Are you not afraid of death? Do you not find me unpleasant?
The thing I fear most is loneliness. You're probably right that, by now, I could safely sneak away, get myself somewhere far from here. But even if I do, I would inevitably find myself in the same situation. The only way I can avoid that fate is to stay away from everyone. To live in solitude with no one to talk to. I know you understand how that feels. It terrifies me. I'm afraid of having to spend day after day with no one to talk to. No one to share my experiences, my thoughts, my feelings with. If that's what awaits me out there, then I want to live with you. I want you to be an essential part of my life.
Impossible.
Please, don't chase me out.
You are a cruel girl. Never again will I allow myself to get close to someone, only to watch them die. Never again. My mother,
was the first to die. It happened shortly after my birth. Next was my wet nurse. 2 deaths could be considered a coincidence. But as the number rose, it became clear that I was cursed. And I was forbidden from making contact with anyone, even at home. Regardless, being in the same house, accidents will happen. Numerous people lost their lives. Attendants unfamiliar with me, or those who simply brushed up against me by mistake. I couldn't take it any longer. So you chose to move here, to this remote mansion, to keep yourself away from your family. You weren't imprisoned here. You elected to live alone so you wouldn't hurt anyone. For better or for worse, I was born into a noble house. So rather than abandon me, they provided me the means to live out of sight. I will be very careful. I will do everything I can to ensure no accidents occur, to keep you from being alone again. I will not, for any reason, touch you. You have my promise. Your curse takes the life of anything you touch. I've been here for a while, and death has not befallen me yet. As long as I do not touch you, there shouldn't be a problem. And also, I apologize if this is simply me reading too much into things, but I feel like we're 2 of a kind. I fear being utterly alone more than anything, and I think you understand just how scary that is. So, why are you so stubbornly insistent on it being me? I'm sure there's someone else out there. Someone you're meant to be with. You may not have found them yet, but I believe someone like you eventually will. Because unlike me, you still have the vigor to press forward. It has to be you. I'm certain of it. Why? Because, well, You can't tell me. No, I can. Just, please don't get upset with me. I think I might really, really love you. She's very... Just the way that she is here is like so very different. His was a power that evoked images of witches or demons, the unclean and the impure. A mere touch was all it took for him to strip man and beast alike of its life. God has quite a cruel streak to bestow such a power upon a beautiful young man. And a strange power it was indeed, like something out of a fairy tale. Like something confined to words upon the page, it seemed otherworldly, unbelievable. Nonetheless, as he had demonstrated to the white-haired girl, his peculiar powers were indeed real. That said, the world has its fair share of oddities. It just so happens that those curiosities tend to remain hidden away, known only to a few. Although, you have laid eyes upon a number of unusual phenomena yourself, Master. The doors to the past through which we have passed, this very mansion, and, as a matter of fact, the 2 of us. Now, as you just saw, the white-haired girl found herself enraptured with this man and his accursed power. How do you think Michael acted in response to her proclamation? He had spent so long refusing to interact with others. No, unable to interact with them. As such, he was unsure how to respond. After standing there expressionless for a few moments, he muttered, "I'll consider it." And with that, he returned to his chambers. While he was not someone who wore his heart on his sleeve, I personally do not believe he was completely devoid of emotions. He had simply forgotten how to express them in his extended solitude. So I think he was, in that moment, in a state of complete panic. She had, after all, just assaulted him with a stream of incomprehensible declarations that, knowing the truth, she still wished to remain in the mansion, and that, knowing the truth, she loved him. The love she had declared for Michael was not a fleeting puppy love. There was genuine tenderness and warmth to her words. But he had gone through life shunned, feared, pushed away. To him, that was normal. He had never given anyone reason to have any fondness for him. So he found himself utterly unsure how to take the affection she was showing. Of course, he was not the only one rattled by the whole affair. Still, not even a hint of the maid herself in this story. Oh dear. Several days had passed since Michael had asked for time to think. He had still yet to show himself again. This is all my fault. The white-haired girl paced anxiously through the halls on the off chance she might run into him. As per his request, though, she kept her distance from his chambers. Nevertheless, she was beginning to worry about the fact that he had secluded himself away for so long. So she worked up her courage and made her way to his room. What if he doesn't want to see me ever again? I didn't consider I might be overstepping my bounds, before opening my mouth. Every step she took was slow and laborious. Her mind raced with worry and doubt. She's also acting so incredibly... like I said it before, but like she is acting so incredibly different from how she did previously. But like... it's so... vivid. Just the way that she's acting differently. Not in a bad sense. It's very refreshing. Seeing her kind of even allowing herself to be in love like this. Every step she took was slow and laborious. Her mind raced with worry and doubt. I should at least tell him I'm sorry. Rather than out of desire to know how he felt, she was compelled by guilt and desire to apologize. After walking for some time, she arrived at the door sitting in an utterly unlit hallway. She drew in a breath of musty air, then let it out, repeating the process several times. Next, she reached her hand up to knock on the door, then pulled back, also doing this a number of times. Oh, how adorable she was. I wanted nothing more than to give her a little nudge. After all, she was too sweet a girl for her worries to be anything but misplaced. Why are you saying that? Why are you saying it like that? Like, because you're inferring that you saw her and were there, but you have not been brought up at all. I just can't find the courage. Maybe I should come back another day. But what's the point of waiting? I need to apologize and get the weight off his back now. She gathered her courage once more, this time determined she would do it. The white-haired girl moved her small fist toward the door, which then swung open. I'm sorry. Please, you must announce your presence. I almost walked right into you. Are you in that much of a hurry for a mishap? I'm sorry. And I believe I told you to stay away from my chambers. You did, so I spent a long time debating whether I would, but I decided I really wanted to tell you this. Oh, well, actually. I am truly sorry. What? The other day, I could barely manage to get the words in my head all the way to my mouth. There was no room in my mind for anything else. I shoved my own thoughts and feelings into your face, not considering that might not be what you wanted, just running non-stop, not thinking at all. I was terribly disrespectful to you, completely selfish. You're a kind-hearted man. I truly believe that. But you were only being courteous because you're a nice man. Ads have started. Let me BRB and let the music play. I'm really liking this chapter so far. It's also already been 2 hours. That quick. So Michael lives completely on his own. There is no maid. But she inferred that she wanted to help her. That she wanted to help Giselle. So is she just lying? Because there's, like, it's hard in any story like this, or in, like, anything where, like, you're conditioned to be trying to look for something that is obscured from you. You don't know what's obscured from you, so you don't know what to look for. And, like, here, I'll just... Because I was thinking about this before. And, like, this feels like the best time to kind of do it before, like, anything actually slips in. Because I was thinking about each chapter. Mainly, like, while I was doing this.
But I was thinking about each chapter. And the main thing that I have been picking up on as a recurrent theme is what's a good way of putting this? I don't want to say the inconsistency of appearance, but it's like perspective is faulty. Because between the first one, the big twist was with the revelation of the painting. And that one was entirely focused around, like, depending on how the white hair girl would look, determined her social standing, and it also heavily impacted the painting. But like seeing past that caused the tragedy to happen. It's a story with the beast, when like the big twist was also tied with actually seeing who the beast was. And then story 3, a lot of it was, hey, the big twist is standing directly in front of you, but it's depending on where you were kind of looking at, or how she was really presenting herself. So the main thing I can kind of like really go with in terms of like the consistent theming between each of the chapters, aside from other small stuff, is appearances being deceiving, or your perception or perspective being faulty. But also, hi Lou, thank you for the check-in. Enjoy your potion. I'm like, yeah. And also enjoy your Taco Bell. And like, that's the big thing I'm kind of catching, at least with this chapter, is because we still have not actually seen Giselle. We have not seen her, and we have not seen the maid. Like right now, the only focus really has been Michael. But, alright. But you're only being courteous because you're a nice man. I'm sure you have little interests and affections of a queer little girl. I'm sure you have little interest in the affections of a queer little girl. So, I would love it if I could stay here. It would be a wonderful blessing. But if you really don't want me here, if my feelings are imposing upon you, then I apologize. I'm sorry, and I'll take my leave of this house. I'm sorry. Don't be. My mind went blank for a moment. What? I find it difficult to comprehend you. The other day, you were firm in your intentions to stay, and now you say you'll leave without a struggle. You holed up in your room for so long that I thought, you didn't want me around. To be honest, I want to stay here. I do. I think you should do whatever pleases you. Huh? You can stay, or you can leave. I will not pressure you to do one or the other. So, I'm not imposing. To tell you the truth, I had to think about that for some time. However, I have now come to something of a solution. Since you're here, come into my room. What? But I thought I wasn't allowed to prevent what almost happened a few moments ago, so we don't accidentally run into each other. Sorry. You're forgiven. Now come in. Oh, okay.
This is the master bedroom. Is this a necklace? If that's what it looks like to you, then I suppose that means I succeeded. Pick it up. It has a little bell. Wasn't there someone else who also had a little bell? It's adorable. Please make an effort to wear that while you're in the house. Because it's so dark, there will always exist the risk that we might accidentally bump into each other. Into one another. So I tried to come up with a way to reduce that risk. Does that mean you didn't leave your room because you were working on this? That's right. What other reason would I have? I think most people would assume it was because they had put you in a bad mood, or that you didn't want to see them. Congrats on the first Tiagi. Also, you're up early. Hi. Felt dirty claiming that. Don't feel bad. Never feel bad claiming it if other people didn't claim it. It is their fault for sleeping on it. I might be completely losing my mind. I swear the bell came up before. I know the bell came up before. I have little sense of how most people see the world. Sorry. I, appreciate it though. I'm really glad to know that you put so much thought into a life together with me. It would be difficult not to, after the other day. Do we got a shapeshifter or something? I'm not saying no. Something seems plausible here. I don't have any solid ground at this point. I have no solid ground and I don't know where to kind of like go with any of my ideas at this point. And I probably won't know until we actually see Giselle. But also thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your potion. I like it. It would be difficult not to after the other day. I'm so happy right now. I can't think of any better word to describe it. I couldn't be happier. You're being dramatic. To tell you the truth, I feel a little bad about it. Why? It seems rather impertinent to affix a bell to someone. You're not livestock. You're a person. That's why you turned it into a necklace. Thank you very much. I'll keep it on me at all times. I really, truly appreciate it, Lord Michael. Don't call me Lord, please. Alright then. I'll just call you Michael. And will you please call me Giselle? The windows. What? If we could open the windows. Never mind. I was just thinking you wouldn't need the bell at all if we could get some light in here. They can't be opened. They're rusted shut. All the windows have been shuttered for as long as I've been here. I assumed you had boarded them all up. That was done long before I ever arrived. Okay. After so many years here, though, I hardly consider it an inconvenience anymore. It also serves to repel wanderers. Oh, really? Is there something odd about that? No. It's just... I realized I had the wrong impression about a number of things. I'm starting to get that impression too. As I learn more, I see things in a different light. Okay, she is literally just saying things that I was trying to word before. Yeah, it's seeing things in a different light. That's kind of been the running theme with each of the twists between each chapter. Clarity is the best word that I could really use. Getting clarity on the portrait, getting clarity on the beast, getting clarity on that servant. Each chapter has kind of been defined by the unobstruction, by getting clarity on something that makes everything else make sense. And I'm feeling that here too. Where there is something that I cannot see, and I'm waiting for the story to shine light on it so that I can see what is actually transpiring here. See you in a different light. And I'm sure there's still plenty more for me to learn. Of all the people I have ever met, you are perhaps the most difficult to predict. Not only do you have no aversion to the darkness, the dark has always been a close friend of mine. Which isn't to say I dislike the sun. Its light can simply be a bit too strong for me. I'm like some kind of unholy monster that can't be exposed to sunlight. You are anything but unholy. My name would suit you. Much better than me. What was that? That day, when I first saw Giselle, I was wary of her, apprehensive. I didn't want her anywhere near me. But as my doubts about her faded, I began feeling something very different. As though the lump in my heart had been melted away. I began to yearn for her to be at my side, knowing full well it couldn't possibly last, knowing full well how foolish it was. I found myself captivated by her. This is Michael's perspective. I found myself wishing to have her stay with me. What is that sound? I am completely, literally in the dark. I can't see what that silhouette is, and I can't get a solid beat as to what's happening yet. And that marked the true beginning of their quiet days together in the dark mansion. They acknowledged and accepted each other's presence, no longer isolating themselves, but actively, regularly conversing. As mundane as it might seem, it was something they had been unable to attain until then. Nevertheless, They were still somewhat fumbling around in the dark with one another, drawing closer and pushing away again. Michael, in his own ungraceful way, was beginning to open himself up to the things she said, and the white-haired girl was beginning to smile with greater frequency. They had taken to dining together, and her wish of learning to read was being granted. He taught her the feeble light of a candle placed upon a table, the two sitting across from one another. He taught her in the feeble light. Though Michael seemed to be well educated, he had not been instructed in the art of teaching, so he found the process quite grueling. But to the white-haired girl, still not referring to her by her name, the longer it took, the better. Her primary objective was, after all, to spend time with him. The days passed, and eventually she reached a point where her comprehension was adequate enough without assistance. Her next request, then, was for them to read through a book together. Have you read every book in the library? No. I stopped looking at them after a while. Most everything I sent is dull, uninformative dreck. The Diary of a Lord. Foolish make-believe tales. You're not fond of fiction, I take it. What value is there in the lies and fantasies of another? Stories can be invigorating. Tales of adventure can take you to places you can never go. Legends of heroes, folklore, stories of otherworldly phenomena. They can be terrifying, and they can be exhilarating. They may not be real, but they give you a little glimpse into the author's heart. Let you feel like you're seeing the same thing they saw. Again, another note about perspective. You are a very empathetic girl. Fiction inspires nothing of the sort in me. However, perhaps long ago, it may have been able to, though I can no longer remember what it feels like. I'm sure it'll come back to you. You're not an empty man. Sorry. I'm making you uncomfortable again. How about we read this book today? It appears to be a collection of legends. You haven't read this one yet, then. That's good to hear. It'll be more enjoyable if it's a new experience for the both of us. It looks like it's a record of local legends. The book is divided into several sections, though it appears to be mostly superstitions. I am curious what kind of stories this area has. The two of them were looking down at a simple, undecorative volume. As the white-haired girl had said, it seemed to be a collection of local legends passed down generation to generation. They sat across from one another at the table, her turning the pages, and Michael simply watching so as to not brush against her. Eventually, her eyes were drawn to a peculiar word in one of the pages, bringing her to a stop. The witch. The chapter detailed the story of a witch, or, more precisely, said witch's curse. The story went something like this. There was once a witch, skilled in the dark arts. She lived in a meager but peaceful life alongside the other villagers. But then, a long, long drought struck the village, which the people blamed on the witch. The witch was sentenced to death, and as the fire blazed around her, smoke rose high into the air. The smoke soon became rain clouds, blessing the village with an end to the drought. The crops were revitalized, and the villagers fancied themselves heroes. However, the rain also brought madness upon the people. Though the earth below them was lush and fertile, the villagers were losing their minds. and they eventually began to take each other's lives. The witch still lived on, in the form of a curse. Many fell victim to the witch's curse. Though it did not only take, it also fulfilled people's desires. The villagers had gone mad, but their wish for freedom from the drought had been granted. A bargain, kind of like every other story here, or every chapter in here. Thus the legend has been passed down as follows. The witch will grant your wish in exchange for great sacrifice. As smoke in the sky, she watches down upon us from above. To reach the witch, climb for the heavens. But know that road is a road to destruction. People still believe the witch's legend even now, I suppose. And that's why I face accusations of being a witch. This is not an area very welcoming to outsiders, especially one who stands out as much as you. What brought you to this region in the first place? Mine is a story I'm sure you've heard before. I was cast out of my house. I came from a very poor family. We could barely even afford to keep everyone fed. Being as weak as I am, it was only natural that I would be the first to go. I see. What I don't understand, though, is why the witch is said to grant people's wishes. That is to say, she had reason enough to hold a grudge, but not to give people things they ask for. All we have to go on is a few pages. There is no saying what might have caused change or added over time, what has been changed or added over time. And it's almost certain the entire legend isn't written here. That said, if we are to accept everything as written, you can infer what the witch's reasons might have been. And that is, if you truly want it that much, you can have it, but I'll make certain your suffering outweighs it. That has also been the trend with each of the stories so far. Every character being granted something that they do want, but then they get a suffering that slowly either drives them mad or kind of outweighs literally everything that they've gained from it. Despair that comes after a moment of happiness is far more agonizing than despair alone. Yeah. I presume that is why the witch decided to grant people's wishes. That is one way to look at it. May I ask you something? Go on. When I first arrived here, you told me that a cursed witch used to live in this mansion. After reading this legend, I'm now finding it hard to believe you made that up simply to scare me away. I appropriated the tale, nothing more. So you lied. It is said the witch was born in this house. What? Quite the place my family found for me. But it was a clever decision putting me here, I think. Not many people are likely to come near a house with such a pedigree. But... no. Never mind. That makes sense. I suspect I know what she was going to say then. If the witch is said to grant wishes, then wouldn't that also attract people who so desperately want something? They do not care what price they must pay. That fits. at least for the Beast and Jacopo, those two definitely fit. And perhaps she was correct. Perhaps there had been those who had come to the mansion chasing after the legend. And perhaps they had encountered Michael, touched him, and lost their lives. On that day in the garden, he had said, "Many things are buried here." Perhaps that included such visitors. I wonder if that story might be more than mere superstition. If the Witch of Legend really did exist, what would you do? It might be nice to talk to her. Maybe. That's all. Really. I feel a little bad for her, though. The only people who ever visited her are there to ask for something, after all. I can only imagine just how lonely that must be. I swear, I cannot comprehend the way your mind works. Sorry. Although, if we assume the legend is true, I have an idea what climb for the heavens might mean. Oh. The mansion has an observation tower. Or, I suppose, what used to be an observation tower. At any rate, it's quite a tall structure. This is the house where the witch was supposedly born. A tower reaching for the heavens seems like the perfect place to find her, if she really is here. Oh, yes. I remember seeing a rather tall structure as I first approached the mansion. Hi, Hunter. They receive a year or air for this chapter. Did we leap ahead in time again? No, this time we went backwards. It is 1099. So, like, more than, what, almost 300, 400 years before chapter 1? Like, this is the origin point. Even way before the printing press. Yes, that was also brought up that, like, a lot of these books were handwritten. Would you like to see it? Of course. Please, lead the way. This is also the only chapter, this is the only chapter where the maid has not shown up yet. Like, in person, supposedly. And it is also the only chapter that has not started in the room where the maid took us there. Chapter 1 started in the garden, chapter 2 started in the cellar, chapter 3 started in the billiards room. This one, she took us to the top of the tower, but we have not gone there yet. And the story didn't start there, it started outside of the mansion. The two of them left the library and made their way to the room with the stained glass window. At the far end of that room were the stairs to the observation tower. This one's connected to the chapel? The tale of the witch had piqued the white-haired girl's interest, inspired her to put herself forward to satisfy that curiosity. She had, after all, been accused of being a witch herself, so she undoubtedly felt an affinity to the legend. What a sweet girl she was. What a sweet girl she was. With Michael in the lead, the two climbed a long, long spiral staircase. There were many more stairs than the white-haired girl had anticipated, and she soon found herself short of breath. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in regular intervals. Peering through one of them, she could see a village in a distance. A pleasantly cool, high-altitude breeze brushed across her face. Wait, so is there light actually pouring in? Because she could actually see outside. After much climbing, they finally arrived at the top, where a door made of particularly rotten wood stood. Michael pulled open the door, revealing a small room with no windows or doors in sight. What? Ah! Huh. This room looks familiar, huh? This is the top of the tower. Despite being called an observation tower, you can hardly observe anything from there. Her face contorted in confusion, the white-haired girl threw her gaze about the room. Glancing up, she saw only a darkened ceiling, and slightly below it, a single small window through which shone a little ray of light. The beam cleaved through the darkness like the sharpened blade of a beautiful sword. The darkness draped over the rest of the room only served to make more impressive that solitary ray of light. It had a magical fairy tale quality to it. As if being pulled in by it, she drew toward the light. I suspect there was once a large window in this room. If you look closely, you can see seams in the stone of the wall. The color of the stone differs slightly on either side of the seams. I presume something causing them to seal off the window after it was built. Though I don't know what that something might be. Pretty. When Michael's eyes fell upon the white-haired girl wrapped in that beam of light, he sputtered to a stop. The man who never flinched at anything, who had long since distanced himself from such stirrings of the heart, was utterly bewitched. He had never seen her illuminated so vividly before, and he was having a great deal of trouble finding the words to describe her striking beauty. For someone who had been chased out of her home and accused of being a witch, the white-haired girl looked less like a practitioner of the dark arts, and more like one of the hosts of heaven. Michael undoubtedly felt the same way, for his gaze was affixed firmly upon her. Dazzling, isn't it? Like a staircase leading to heaven. Yes, perhaps so. Is something the matter? No, I'm fine. You know, it feels like there's something odd in the air here. It feels like someone actually might be listening. If the witch were to speak to you, what would you say to her? I would ask her to tell me her true feelings, to tell me what kind of person she was, and what kind of pain she had to endure. I just want to know what she felt. This woman branded a witch. The legend was written from a neutral perspective. It's possible she was a fearsome witch. It's also possible she wasn't. I get the feeling she was just persecuted. Like me. Like me. Like me. And you. Unlike you, I truly am impure.
Disagree all you want, but my touch kills. I am a strange, incomprehensible, irrational creature. Or maybe I'm not even a living being. And that's why when I touch something that is, I bring them death. If only I actually were a witch. If only I actually had some kind of extraordinary power. Regardless of whether it came from God or the devil, then I would be able to grant people's wishes. My wish need not be granted. But it's what I want too. I wish to be able to touch you. I would be perfectly content with nothing changing, with us never being able to touch one another. I would be more than happy with that. But I'm allowed to dream, aren't I? It doesn't have to be in this life. I pray the day will come that we can get closer, even if it has to happen in another life. Happiness is very much a stranger to me. But am I allowed to dream too? You are. I will never touch you. I swear it. But I would like to dream about it. I would like to imagine placing my hand upon your cheek. You can. Reach your hand out for me. I will imagine it too. I'm imagining your fingers running through my hair, brushing up against my skin. I can feel your warmth. There was a wall between them, a wall they could not cross. If they did, it would mean the white-haired girl's death. No matter how much they yearned for it, they could not touch one another. So they did so within the confines of their imagination, envisioning it in so much detail as they could manage. It was sad, but sweet, a moment of pristine, untainted beauty. The two of them emanated serenity, as fitting as the word cursed might have been to the mansion as a whole. At the top of the observation tower, a pure bond was being shared. A fleeting moment between a young man with a cursed touch and a kind-hearted, beautiful girl. The dream did not last long, no, for God is quite cruel. They simply wanted to be together. That was all. Their wish was hardly unreasonable. Only a quiet, peaceful life together. But misfortune was creeping ever nearer, its footsteps growing more and more pronounced. Gray, 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 suffering. Mm. Mm. That was like one of the most sweet things I think I've ever seen in anything. Um. All right. It's it's so it's so bad. Having somebody that close to you opening up your heart that much and you both mutually want
to be together, to spend time together. And you can be as close to each other as you want, but you just physically can't even touch each other. Not even a slight bump. Like, And the only way that they can even get close to that is imagining it by putting their hands close to one another. Great, this is gonna hurt. Uh, There's someone at the door. The flow of time was hazy within the mansion's walls. They had little way of telling whether it was night or day, preventing them from knowing exactly how much time had passed. The white-haired girl had made a habit of climbing the observation tower every so often to see whether the sun was up, which allowed her to approximate the time of day. Consequently, when she heard the knock at the door, she was not aware just how deep the night was outside, that forest and beasts alike lay quietly at rest. Oh, right. The stores in the cellar are almost exhausted. It must be this month's delivery. Bro. Bro. Not thinking it was worth bothering Michael over, she made her way out of her chambers and headed for the entrance. There had only been a single knock, leading her to conclude that, as before, the servant had simply left the box outside the door. So without a second thought, she opened the door. And there she saw a strange, vagrant man standing in the moonlight. His clothes were tattered, his bearded face bony and emaciated. She gasped, shrinking back several paces. The heavy door began to swing shut, but the man forced it open, glaring down at her with unfocused eyes and mumbling, "Are ye the witch that'll grant people's wishes?" It was in that moment that the white-haired girl realized she had been careless. That man had sought out the mansion because he believed the legend of the witch. And he did not seem particularly right of mind either. Perhaps a result of wandering through the forest for several days. Perhaps it was because he was so beaten down that he thought to ask for the witch's help. In a word, he seemed mad. No, there is no witch here. Sure there is. Don't you lie to me. I can hear the witch's voice. She led me to this house. I promise you there isn't. Now please, be on your way. Have you any idea how long it took to find this place? How many days I've gone without food or water? And you're telling me I get lost? I don't know what you want from me. I'm happy to give you a little food, so please. Is there really no witch? There's no witch here. It's nothing but a legend. If she does exist, she doesn't live here. I see. Then that means you're just an ordinary person. Just a person. Just a girl. So there ain't a thing you can do. Now, get away from me. What are you doing? Why waste time waiting for you to get me a little grub when I can just take it all? I'm starving here. I'm so hungry I could eat human. You're about to commit a grievous sin. Are you not ashamed to act in defiance of God? God? If I believed in God, would I come begging to a witch? I don't fear him. I'm sure as hell don't fear people. Who's gonna show up at our house in the middle of nowhere? Who's gonna call me out? Who's gonna stop me? No one. That's it. No one's gonna stop me, and no one's gonna offer me salvation. Ah, there's a thought. You're a woman, so I thought I'd kill you. What are you doing? What? The other people, eh? The white-haired girl lay pinned on the floor beneath the yelling bandit, pleading for help with her ruby eyes. As soon as Michael grasped the situation, he tossed his candlestick aside and leapt for the man. The candlestick gave a sharp clang when it hit the floor. The impact extinguished the flame, bringing the mansion to near-perfect darkness. Something glinted in the bandit's hand, and then, without hesitation, he thrust it at Michael. Michael! How stupid must you be to come at me unarmed? In his hand, the man held a knife, its tip dripping with Michael's blood. Red spilled from the gash in his arm, the flow growing heavier with each passing moment. You're the only other person here by the looks of it, eh? Perfect. I'll take you both out. You... What? You don't appear to know whose house you tried to break into. What are you on about? Regret your ignorance to your very last breath. You messed up in the head, you madman. Oi, stay there at the back. Take one more step and... I inherited the witch's curse. Let go. Michael clenched the man's face in one hand. The man raised his knife to strike back, but... What's happening? The strength drained from his fingers, the knife falling to the floor. The man writhed in Michael's grip. My face. I can't breathe. Leave this place immediately. Though you won't get far afflicted with my curse. Helpless to fight back, nay, helpless to even consider fighting back, the bandit fled from the mansion in terror. In his wake, only the white-haired girl and a bleeding Michael remained. I just saw a man's life drained from him. His face withering away, sucked completely dry. I didn't doubt him, but dear God, that was quite disturbing for you, I'm sure. No, not at all. It's my fault anyway. If I hadn't been so careless. Oh, your arm. We need to get that wrapped up. Please, do not touch me. You mustn't touch me. The wound is hardly fatal. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. No. A degree of the blame falls on me for saying nothing. Next time someone comes to the door, let me know. I'm sorry. Please, you don't need to apologize. Well, yes. For once, I'm actually proud of myself. Proud that I could use this terrible ability of mine to do something more than just take life. To protect someone I care about. Uh, 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 so, like I said, please, don't apologize. Alright, thank you. Michael. I'm glad you're here. I care about you too. Thank you. Had the flame of Michael's candle not gone out when he threw it to the floor, he would have seen a heartfelt smile on the white-haired girl's face, and she would have seen a flush of red and an awkward smile on Michael's normally blank face. Aww. He also might have seen a light glimmer on her cheek. Where a few drops of his blood had landed. Fuck. I can't even say, like, well, it's not physical touch, but if it's anything, then it. But alas, they had no light. Mm. Fuck. The collapse of their happiness came slowly, gradually. Perhaps it was because she had touched his blood instead of his skin. But the deterioration of the white-haired girl's health crept along at a relaxed pace. The life was not sucked out of her in the blink of an eye, as it had been from the bandit. She merely grew progressively less and less healthy. Amidst her physical decay, she was bestowed with one blessing. Her beauty remained untouched. But as far as blessings went, surely there were others she could have been granted. Could God not have picked something a little better for her? By the time the two of them realized what was happening, it was already too late. The white-haired girl had grown so weak she could hardly leave her bed. Yes. Oh, you are there. I am. Thank goodness. I can't see very well anymore. How could this happen? I thought I had saved you, but no. I did the exact opposite. Please, don't talk that way. You did save me that day. But you're on the cusp of death now, and it's my fault. Because of this curse I bear. How could this happen? Why did this have to happen? What am I? Why was I given this body? Michael. Can I, ask you a favor? Go ahead. Stay with me. Please. As much as you can. Until the very end. I was going to do as much anyway. Thank you. I'm happy, Michael. Happier than I have ever been. And I mean that. You didn't just save my life. You saved me. I've been saved. But only me. I wonder how he'll handle things when I'm gone. If only I hadn't opened the door that day. I wouldn't be leaving him all alone. and we could be happy together for even longer.
Yes.
Would you please hold my hand? I think it's probably safe now. I will not. I cannot touch you. If I do, I might take what remains of your life, take your beauty away, and force you to die hideous. I cannot touch you.
What was that? Was that another perspective switch? In-game music? Well, hang on. Give me a sec, because ads have started. Let me stop for a brief moment. Hang on, I'm testing. I'm checking this. Yep, I hear it. Hang on. And it is exclusively from the game, too. It might also be to do with the unique window capture that it has to do. But here, we're using knowledge from last time to make this easier this time. So let's see. That is not picking that up at all. I still hear it. I don't know what does that. Yeah, it wasn't there before. That's what I'm trying to figure out, like, why that happened. Why that happens then. Because it was also fine. It was also fine for the other chapters. It was fine for. It was fine for chapter 2. It was fine for chapter 3. But now it's happening here. Let me. Whoops. Test the solution. Why is this one called Her Wish? Oh, that's gonna be great. No, you don't need to apologize, because I do care about this, and I do care about it, like, being good. Let me see. Let me see if redoing this, or just, like, relaunching helps. Because I don't know why it is specifically... I don't know why it's Fata Moragana. Because this hasn't happened with any other game, and this is the only one that I have to use the, like, unique window capture for. Wait, I'm not hearing an issue. That's so bizarre. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I don't know why I did that. Whatever. Because here, let me also just like add in because I'm not using a normal game capture for this. I have to do a specific like window capture, and I have to use a capture method for Windows 7 and up because it just won't recognize the game otherwise. So I don't know how much of that is like a factor in it, but like it is very likely that that is a factor. Yeah, because it's the only game that does something like that. Um, oh. Uh? Oh, I didn't see this at all. Was this when I was... Oh. Dark, dark, dark. It's dark. How long has it been dark here? How long have I been in the darkness? It's so cold here, freezing. Where could she have gone? Where could she? Yes, Giselle. Yes. Her smile shines so bright it can cast away the darkness. I must take her hand. She's been calling for me for so long. Take her hand. But I'm cursed. That would kill her. No, no, no. This is all a lie. What? Around here. It's her. On his way back from the washroom several days later, Michael heard muffled voices. Got it. I am good. What? He was having trouble making out what they were saying, but he could tell it was several men, and they were outside the front door. Dude, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. The fact that he could hear them all through the heavy door meant they were probably shouting quite loudly. An indescribable sense of uneasiness came over him. Dread. He drew nearer to the door and focused on the voices on the other side. They grew clearer, enough for him to make out what the men were saying. Everything's in place. We're ready to kill this witch now. This is definitely the place. That half-dead bandit said she was in the mansion. Listen well, no matter what we find in there, we kill it. It could be a child for all I care. That doesn't change anything. Kill the witch. Kill the witch, kill the witch, kill the witch. What he heard beyond the door was a group of men shouting for the death of the witch. This is also much faster than the rest of the chapters. In that moment, Michael regretted his decision to let the bandit go free and not watch over him until the moment of his demise. He must have made his way down to the village in search of help, and he revealed what he had found at the mansion. Damn it. But it was too late. Regret would solve nothing. He could neither stop the villagers from raiding the house, nor could he stop the white-haired girl from dying to the effects of his curse. He was helpless to do anything. The gears of his fate had locked him onto the path of tragedy and were turning mercilessly onward. The men had begun trying to break down the door with what sounded like a battering ram. While the first strike was not enough to breach the barrier, it was still quite powerful. He was certain it would not hold for long. As Michael's mind raced, was there anything he could do about this predicament? How could he escape from the corner he had backed into? Despite his possessing inhuman powers, he would be powerless against a full mob of adult men. The villagers almost certainly came armed as well. Michael. A weak voice came from behind him. Aghast, he spun around to find a white-haired girl stumbling toward him. She breathed heavily, leaning against columns for support. What are you doing out here? You'll only worsen your condition by exerting yourself. I had a sinking feeling. I heard noises on my way here. It seems that I have brought all my misfortune upon you. Don't say that. If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened. You never would have been in any danger. Please, Michael, hand me over to the men outside. Absolutely not. I will do no such thing. They're here for the witch, aren't they? I'm guessing they're all the same people who were chasing me before.
The village had a poor harvest this year, I hear. Like the village in the legend. And they believe it's the witch's curse.
But you're not a witch.
They need someone to fill the role, though. So please, hand me over, and then escape on your own.
I could never.
Please, Michael.
I'm the one who's cursed, not you. And you want me to hand you over. What would I have left then? Nothing. Not a thing. I would have nothing. After so long, I finally found someone who isn't afraid of me and who won't run. I have no interest in a world that would take you away from me, make me live alone once more. To hell with such a world.
Michael.
Would you be willing to die with me?
If that's what you wish, then stay with me until the very end. I probably wanted to hear that just as much as him. No, not probably. I did. I wanted to have someone at my side as much as him. It's so lonely not having anyone. To live alone. To die alone. To not have anyone watching over you. For no one to even know you're dead. I simply wanted someone to tell me they're here for me. To be there. To hold my hand. How wonderful that would be. The sense of utter relief it would bring would be enough to cast away all the pain. To allow me to accept all our suffering. So please, tell me you'll...
This is the fastest one so far. Michael and the white-haired girl chose to spend their final moments at the top in the observation tower. They could hear the crash of the battering ram against the door, the shouts of the men and their stomping feet. But despite all that, the ray of light shining through the little window was as beautiful as always. The room's air of serenity remained unimpeached. After the long climb to the top, the white-haired girl was terribly out of breath. Michael considered several times offering her his hand, but the possibility that doing so might rob her of her last grapes of life stayed his hand. It sounds like they broke down the door. I'm glad we made it up here when we did.
I'm so sorry for asking this of you.
Don't be. I would have chosen here for my final moments as well. This is the one place in the mansion with any sunlight. The one place I can get a good look at you.
Thank you. I'm truly glad that I was able to end up here. That I was able to meet you. And more than anything, that you said you cared about me. Have I managed to become an essential part of your life?
Do you even have to ask? I wouldn't be here otherwise. I feel the same way as you. I'm sure of it.
The two of us are more similar than you probably care to admit. Can I ask you one more thing?
Go on.
Would you embrace me? If this is to be the end, if this is to be my last chance, then I don't want it to end without having been able to touch you. Please, don't refuse me this, Michael. Just do it, please. I won't keep you waiting long. Thank you. The truth is, I always wanted this. I dreamed of being able to hold you. I dreamed of it too. Thank you. I'm so very. She's still so beautiful. What a cruel joke. Could you not have given us some other miracle? One that would allow us both to survive? Where are you? Where'd you get off to? I can't find her, damn it. Hey, there's some stairs over here. They lead up. Beneath the single ray of light, the white-haired girl lay completely still. Not even a frail sigh escaped her closed lips. She remained as gorgeous as ever. It was as though she had simply fallen asleep in the sunlight. Looking down upon her, Michael determined to do one thing. I will not allow anyone to sully this sight. He gave a fleeting glance back at her pristine corpse, then opened a door and stepped through it alone. He would protect that room where she lay. Hey, there's someone up here. So this is where you've been hiding, you infernal witch. Wait, that's not the girl. The raucous sound of their footsteps rang up from below. Shortly thereafter, the men themselves came into view. As he expected, they were heavily armed. He glowered at the men, then sucked in a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. I am the witch you seek. I have inherited her curse, and it is I who brings calamity upon you. You hear that? But he's a man or woman, it doesn't matter. Death to anyone who has ties to the witch. Cleanse this earth of all impurity. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Michael did not flinch at the sight of the men. He stood unyielding between them and the door. He did not flinch when they raised their weapons against him, nor when they pierced his body. Die, and take your curse with you. I have no need for this life any longer. It's all yours. I am cursed. To kill even that which I wish to protect. But at the very least, I can protect one thing before my life is done. Not even one of you will leave this place. Wither and die by my curse. The blood spilling from his skewered body flew down the stairs, down and down like a little river, soaking the feet of every single man who had stormed the mansion. This was the last thing he saw. This was the last thing he saw before the final grains of life slipped between his fingers, which brought a faint smile to his lips. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Neither of them expected what happened next, though, for God has a most twisted sense of humor. The white-haired girl had not miraculously passed away without being robbed of her beauty. Why am I still alive? She had rather not passed away at all. Quite cruel of him, was it not? Michael, where have you gone, Michael? Michael, I smell blood. For had he allowed her to die, she would not have been made to witness the scene that awaited her. No. And I'm sure you know just what it was she laid eyes upon in that moment. The ravaged corpse of her beloved. A torrent of blood streaming down, down, down the spiral staircase. And the sickening stench it raised. No. Why? And his was not the only body. The villagers who had assaulted the mansion had been subjected to his curse. The life drained from their withered shells. Why? Why did this? Michael, why? Why am I the only one still alive? That is a question I cannot answer either. Perhaps his curse did not affect those he loved, as terribly cruel as that might be. I cannot say. Why? You said we would go together. A world without you has no meaning. Had she actually expended her life there in the room at the top of the tower, perhaps this tale could have had a happy ending. If she died in that room, she would have had a happy ending. She would have at least been able to have the man she loved at her side until her very last moments upon this earth. But that was not what had transpired. She had survived, but left utterly alone. I felt a profound pity for the miserable girl. So I called out to her. The witch Morgana. Would you like to see him once more? What? I have the power to help you meet him again. Who's there? Where are you? You know what they call this mansion. So who do you suppose remains on these grounds? No way. You're from the legend. You actually exist. Now, I asked you a simple question. Would you like to see him again? The witch grants people's wishes, but at a price. I said I wouldn't ask her for her assistance if I met her. But that's all changed. What kind of person asks a witch for help? One who feels as though they've been abandoned by God. And not even the devil would hear her cries. now that I've lost him. If it's truly possible, then yes, I want to see him. Bring him back to life. Regrettably, I cannot directly meddle with the forces of life and death. However, I can guarantee you this. Your reconstruction. Reconstruction. Correct. To ensure that you remain as yourself in future lives and are not reborn as someone else. Your body and mind shall be reconstructed, as shall his. If you sincerely wish to reunite with one another, if you genuinely need each other in your lives, you will eventually meet again. All I can promise you is eternal reconstruction. Not God's favorite princess, but the witch's. What you make of it is up to you. You want to see him again, don't you? You want to hear his voice again, don't you? You want to feel his hand on your cheek once more, don't you? If that's what you want, then you must remain who you are. If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. So there wouldn't be any point, would there? Me, as I am, and he, as he is. Uh... If you are simply reborn, then that wouldn't be you. Me as I am, he as he is. Make up your mind quickly. I will not wait long. I want to see him again. As you wish, sweet little girl. I shall grant you both eternal reconstruction, and pray with all my heart that you can attain true happiness. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired girl took her own life. She decided she had nothing to gain by remaining in the present time, and that in order to reunite with Michael, she needed to make her way to her next life. And thus, the mansion was left bereft of a master, to travel slowly through the ages until someone came along to give it life once more. Uh... Uh... But an unfathomable amount of time has passed, and the two have yet still to reunite. Have they, Master? You now know who you are, do you not? You remember everything now, do you not? You are present in every single era, the reason for which is as I described in the previous tale. because you yearn to be reunited with someone.
Trapped eternally to recreate a tragedy. Because God cannot allow her to be happy. But that person never showed up in any era. And poor, sweet you, having no memory of any of that, lived those lives with other men. Is it any surprise misfortune befell those eras then? The door swung closed. But rather than outside, you and the maid were inside the dull, monochrome room at the top of the observation tower. The awe-inspiring ray of light shone not through the lone window high upon the stone wall. Wrapped in a curious, impenetrable darkness, you both stood alone in the room. The maid wore a gentle but brittly cold smile as she looked straight at you. It's not your fault misfortune befell you. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were always so kind, so pure of heart. You had boundless trust for others and the goodness of people. You were the very image of all that is right. There is no greater misfortune than someone as pure and beautiful as you, being mercilessly thrown into the grinding gears of tragedy again and again. I still pity you for everything you had to go through. You poor, poor soul. You must be utterly exhausted, constantly betrayed, the man you were waiting for never appearing. After so long, your spirit wore down to the bone. You lost any and all awareness of who you even were. Who were you hoping to find wandering into this illusory mansion, cut off from the real world? You and I are both the only ones here. The man you seek is nowhere to be found. Have you still not figured it out? Then allow me to tell you everything. I am the cursed witch, Moragana, who haunts this mansion. And you are the tragic plaything of fate, the white-haired girl named Giselle. Did my calling you master confuse you? If so, then I apologize. My habit of calling the master, or mistress, of the house master is quite deeply ingrained. And yes, that means precisely what you think it does. That I have accepted you as my new master. That I wish for you to remain here, to stay with me. So let us put an end to this journey. Do not worry, there is nothing to fear.
We are simply going to step outside the river of time. Nothing unpleasant will ever happen to you again. I'll be here with you for all eternity, and I will give you my utmost care. You will not have to wait for anyone. Forget about him, the man you once sought, and I'm sure you shall find happiness. Please, do it for me. I have been waiting for you for so very long. I have wanted nothing more than to see you again. But you were continually stolen away from me, despite my sincerest desires to spend my days with you. Which is why I wanted you to recall everything. For surely you would not willingly repeat the same fate if you knew of all the pain it has caused you to suffer thus far. Spend eternity with me in the gentle embrace of darkness. I'm weak to this! This isn't fair! The maid extended her hand for you. Her fingers brushing up against yours were as cold as ever. But her breath tickled your skin pleasantly, and her sweet words rang in your ears, filling you with warmth. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. This is like specifically designed to get me. Like, you thought back on your time with her in the mansion. She had, indeed, always treated you with great compassion, and nothing she had said seemed to be a lie. And so you pondered. What were you to do? I... This is bad. This is so bad. Okay. I think the relatively clear answer is there is still more to be done. But it's Pride Month. She was absolutely right. You had seen an excess of tragedy. You had borne witness to far too much pain, and your spirit was deeply wounded by it. You could not possibly endure any further tragedy. And so, if she was offering you relief from all that, perhaps you should accept it. She had guided you this far, never letting go of your hand. And it was her presence that had allowed you to bear the bleak, disheartening, and wretched tales you saw. Did you really need anything other than her? If she said she wanted to be with you, then surely you were allowed to want the same. Grasp my hand, master. Come on. Come. Hold it tight. You gently wrap your fingers around the maid's cold hand. Never again to let go. Never again to remember. Never again to look back upon the past you might have had. The rare treasured days of happiness, or the bitter days filled with nothing but pain, or the person you were supposed to find. But you were fine with that. There was no one to criticize you for averting your eyes from your pain and seizing the opportunity for happiness lying before you. You made the correct choice. I don't think I did. Master. Master. Oh, thank goodness. You have awoken. I was getting worried there for a moment. What kind of herbal tea would you like to start your day with? I have some wonderful chamomile leaves if you would like. Or perhaps your tastes have changed since last we met. Tell me, Master. I beg your pardon. I allowed myself to get too excited. But we get to be together forever after all. Free of the flow of time, nothing to endanger us or our lives. Just peace and serenity for the two of us. I will serve you forever and ever. Does that not sound wonderful, Master?
Ending 1, Prisoner of Illusion. The Yuri ending would be a bad ending. God damn it, I can't have anything. Alright. Back to where the actual... So clearly accepting her proposition is the wrong thing to do. What is reject her proposition? You could not accept the maid's offer. If what she said was true, you could not give up on your search. You had spent years and years waiting to reunite with someone. Your previous attempts may have been rife with mistakes, but you could not stop trying. Come, Master. Spend eternity with me in the mansion. We will have the most wonderful time together. The sweet tone of her voice, her cold fingers, her icy smile. These were all terrifying now. That's kind of what makes them work really good on me. You had to escape. Had to break out of this darkness, make it outside. Master, what is the... You brushed the maid's hand aside. As her eyes widened, aghast, you fled from the observation tower. Down and down the spiral staircase you went, though not a whisper of a footstep could be heard in the stone tower. The stairs seemed to go on forever. Down and down and down and down. At long last, you arrived at the bottom, dashing from the next room without a passing glance at the angel in the stained glass window. The maid had shown you around the mansion, so you knew its layout. Or perhaps you were familiar with it even before arriving here. A large door came into view. The exit was up ahead. Master. But the next moment, her voice seized you from behind. You turned back, and there stood the maid, wearing the same smile. Where do you think you're going, Master? I told you, you mustn't let go of my hand. This mansion is quite large. You could get lost if you go walking around unaccompanied. Now come,
Let us head back. And please, do not let go of my hand. It was the same smile that she always wore. The exact same. But right now, it seemed inexplicably ghoulish. The chill that ran down your spine was not from the lack of heat, but utter terror. If, how do I put this in a way that doesn't make me seem unhinged? And I don't think there's a way that I can put it like this. It is the exact same feeling I had with Miyuki. There is an appeal. There is an appeal in that sense of terror. Because she's not, presumably, asterisks, don't know what's going to happen in 5 minutes. She's not, presumably, a yandere like Mizuki. It's not... There is no hostile intent. It's the same thing that got me with Harp in Golden Terrarium. It is the acknowledgement of danger, but the immense comfort that comes with the gentle demeanor. It is the appeal of like a very beautiful flower that is offering you a sweet aroma, a sweet fragrance. But the second that you touch it, it will devour you whole. That is the feeling I'm getting looking at her. And it's hard not for me to want to put my face into the flower. There is an appeal in losing so utterly, drastically, and completely to a character who wants what's best for you, who has your best interests in mind. It's misguided, but there is a sweet, loving appeal in it. Happy Pride Month. Come, let us head somewhere else. You had to get out of here. Oh, I know. We can put some kindling in the fireplace and start a fire. The sweet firelight and gentle warmth will have you feeling wonderful in no time. You had to get out of here. You must be quite disoriented. The impact of regaining your memories has you terrified. Am I correct? You had to get away. You had to escape. You had to get out of here. This is gonna sound really bad for people who do not spend time in a Discord. It's the appeal of a mimic. It is unassuming. It offers you promises and to spoil you. But it will utterly devour you whole. I can't describe it in any way that like can make sense to people who don't get it. But like, if you get it, then you get me. You get why this is working on me. Do not worry. I will always take care of you. Keep you safe away from anything that scares you. I will be here with you forever. You clawed at the door. It was not barred, so it should open. Nevertheless, it remained firmly in place. Now, you mustn't play around with that. Danger lurks around every corner outside. Fog blocking your sight, sinkholes in the road, a thick forest all around, beasts creeping about in the night. How could I possibly allow weak little you to go out into that? Now come back to my side, please. You have no need to be here. The maid drew toward you. She reached out her hand. Her whole body seemed to be trying to encase you in ice. She wanted to keep you chained here in the darkness. Do not worry. There is nothing to be afraid of. You had to get out of this place. You had to break free from this house of darkness, from this doting maid, and from the maelstrom of tragedy. You had to remain firm, unyielding in that desire. Your desire to go outside. Your wish to be set free. You could not compromise or relent. Your thirst for escape had to be stronger than the maid's intent to keep you here. If it was, then the door would surely open. Master! You dashed out into the light. There was nothing blocking your escape outside. No fog, no forest, no sinkholes, and no beasts in sight. The light was so bright it almost hurt your eyes. It was a world exactly opposite the darkness within the house. Master, please wait. You mustn't go out here. Come back, quickly. You can hear the maid's voice, but you kept running through the light as far as you could go. Wherever you arrived, you were sure that there was you. That was where you were meant to be. Once, though, just once, you looked back over your shoulder. It was blurry in the bright light, but you could see the mansion there. It wavered like a mirage, as though it could disappear at any second, the maid standing in the open door. She was desperately reaching her hand out for you, but you were far out of reach. It seemed she could not leave the house. Perhaps you felt a pang of pity for her, but you were not sure. And when you could no longer hear the maid shouting for you, your consciousness snapped off. You fell not into darkness, but light. Paris? Wait, who's in Paris? Huh? What was I doing again? Oh, that's right. I was on my way to school. Now what was I dozing off? In the middle of the road? I'm not sure. I feel kind of in a daze. Like I just woke up from a terrible nightmare. In the middle of the day. In the middle of the road. Nothing like that's ever happened before. Has it? Something doesn't add up. I can't remember what I was doing. It's like there's a big gap in my memory. What was I doing? Who was I looking for? Need to stay focused. I have to get going or I'll be late. I know this place all too well. It's the same route I take to school every day. There's a vendor along the way that always waves good morning to me. Always. The same route. I know this place. Yes, I know this place. I see it every day. Every day. Nothing changes. It's always the same. My perfectly normal, ordinary, everyday life.
I got no idea what's going on. But either way, I got a BRB. I have no idea what's going on anymore. I have a feeling that I know where this is going, but that does not make this any better. I'm terrified of where this ending might lead. Uh-huh. A gentle breeze brushes past against my cheek. My hair flutters as my gaze slides upward. I'm looking at a tall, handsome man with long hair and a somewhat despondent demeanor. I think I know this man. As soon as I see him, I feel like someone stuck their hand in my chest.
and is squeezing my heart. It's hard to breathe, and the overwhelming sense of familiarity has me on the verge of tears. Elation jolts through all my extremities. Ah, I know. This is the person I've been searching for. Excuse me. Excuse me. I have to get him to turn back. I have to look him in the eyes. I have to talk to him. We have been reunited. We have to be reunited. I don't know his name, and he probably doesn't know mine, but still. This is fate, so...
Back to the mansion.
What?
I must go back to the mansion.
Hold on. There's, something I need to tell you.
How could I have made that mistake? It was the worst possible decision. I have to make things right. I have to take her hand. I have to make her smile for me. If I can't do that, what am I even alive for? What did I even return from the everlasting darkness for? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What are you talking about?
This time I'll do it.
Can you hear me? Why won't he look me in the eyes?
And if it's not possible in this life...
Stop. Please, listen to me. How does he keep moving forward?
Then I'll just have to place my hope in the next one.
Wait, red light.
I beg your forgiveness. I made the worst possible decision. Though I will not make the same mistake twice. No matter what form you may assume, I will not err again. I promise. I shall come back for you.
Giselle.
Hey, someone call an ambulance. Someone's been hit by a car. What? Ending 2, coming for you. So, I was right. The very obvious correct answer was, Yeah, no, the obvious answer, kind of self-evidently, there is still more to be done. Something seemed off. Not only with the story she had just told, with her, and with you, yourself, assuming everything she had said was the truth. Which or not, my mind is made up. Which will strike you first, I wonder? Regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real, very much so. It is not a legend, nor a fairy tale. The witch is me. That's right. It wasn't the white-haired girl who claimed to be the witch. And that wasn't all. Oh, or do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, if you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that, a fabrication. None of your questions have been answered. You still didn't know who the painting was, or what had taken place so long ago that caused the mansion to summon people to it. You didn't even know who you were, for that matter. There was still more to be done. You had to find the truth.
You needed to find someone. That much was certain. But was the story the maid had told correct about whom? And if it was, what about her? What about the woman whose name you couldn't say? The woman who had so cheerfully called you master? We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me too. This is just the beginning after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? You must say her name. You must take her hand. You must make her smile once again. You mustn't reclaim your old self. It's dark. Dark. It's dark. It's dark again. It's dark. 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 Constantly. Constantly engulfed in darkness. You threw it away every single time. I must break out of this darkness. I'll give you a world that's not cruel to you. I must escape and take her hand. Because that's the reason. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. I came here. You can curse them with me. I must return. I must reclaim. We can think of new ways to torture them. We'll all be happier if you stay here. Just think about it. Stay here in this world. You'll be right at home. No, I did the best I could for you, nothing more. This is not where I belong. No matter how much a world of darkness may suit me, I'll never be able to do it. I must reclaim my true self. This is brilliant. Do you have any idea how terrible a decision that is? Do you have any idea why I fabricated that story? It was all for you. So stay here. Stay right where you are. The darkness suits you better. Remember what someone told you not long ago? That you could handle the stories because they weren't your own. That you were able to bear the tragedies because they happened to others. If that had been your suffering, if the secrets you had kept buried away for so long had come out, you couldn't possibly have endured it. But you're a sharp one. I'm sure you intend to keep those secrets tucked away forever. Do you really think I'm going to let you do that, though? Whatever you try to hide, I'll make sure your beloved hears every last detail. How foolish can you be? Despite all my encouragement, you still insist on getting your old self back. What do you have to gain from that? Nothing but filthy, ugly tragedy awaits you down this path. Don't get your hopes up, my dear. There's nothing for you there. You have nothing. I'm offering you a place by my side. You should just take it. There's no salvation for you anywhere. None at all, anywhere, from anyone, ever. She has long since lost all grip on reality. And you think there's anything you can do for her now, despite having repeatedly failed to regain yourself. Well, I suppose if you're going to be stubborn, as much as I don't want to, I have to place a curse on your soul. That's right. The white-haired girl. Was never at the mansion. Who are you? There is still a story left untold. What? The fourth door was all a lie. What do you mean? It was not some sweet little tragedy. The story you told was pure fantasy. No, that was the truth. That was where it all began. Because of what happened then, you spent innumerable years lost until you showed up here, and... What? You reach out, grasping for it. You pull yourself in. Your silhouette, which has been hazy until now, begins to take form. Your mind, your consciousness, your heart, your soul, and your body. Who are you? The veil in your mind dissipates. A crack forms in a shell encasing you, then another. The invisible shackles chaining your spirit fall to the floor. Reality fades in atop the indistinct foggy world around you. Bony fingers appear before your eyes. Long hair. Your voice. No. My voice. My body. My fingers. My arms are frail and joints weak. But despite the resemblance to the white-haired girl, I am not her. This is who I am. I have finally reclaimed myself. You weren't waiting for the white-haired girl. You were waiting for me. And that's exactly why I came here. But I have no idea what you're talking about. I have always waited for the white-haired... There was never a white-haired girl. There was only... This time. This time I must say her name. She is... Giselle. There is only you. I am... Giselle. No, I am not Giselle. I am a servant of the house. I am the witch, the curse, the cause. You are not a witch. The witch is someone else. Why do you insist that you're the witch? What changed you so much? The shadowy figure in the master bedroom. That was her. A glimpse into her past. I'm sure this is Giselle, but why is she so different? What happened to the spark she used to have? Where did the light she once shone upon the world go? I have to remember. I must remember. This cannot end until I have. This is no longer a story. No. What I need to face my past is. What I need to face is my past and her heart. She was not even present in the story she made up. That's what I caught! Everything about it had been changed. The past I lived and the wounds she bore were more grounded in harsh reality, not wrapped in a film of fairy tale magic. That was the final tale, and it was all true. That's how it happened. It was a bittersweet story. No. How can you not see this? Yes, it was a beautiful tragedy. But was there even a scrape of humanity in it? A scrap of humanity in it? Behind the 3 preceding doors, there had been a constant thread of ugliness and conflicting emotion and motivations. There was hardly a trace of that behind the 4th door. The characters felt like nothing more than characters. Is that what you want to turn into? Turn it into? Is that what you want our history to become? Our history. Our... But I don't... I don't remember anything at all. You don't remember anything. No, I don't want to. I don't need a past or a future. All I have left inside me is uncertainty. Giselle. No, no, that is not my name. Please stop trying to confuse me. I'm fine with things the way they are. If it means I don't have to hurt, that's all I want. So please, just let me keep being the maid. Let me keep being a guide, not some foolish girl. Is that what she honestly desires? Does she want to cast aside her past for good? If so, then... Sorry. But no. Not remembering isn't an option. No matter what she says, I know I'm right. And if she doesn't reclaim her old self, I'll never get to hear her say my name again. I know I'm being selfish here, but I can't do that. If you're afraid of what you might find, we can remember together. I haven't gotten everything back yet myself. So let's open a real door. Together. There are no other doors to open. But there is. One that can only be opened by our hands, because it exists between the 2 of us. Not a door with a physical form, but the door to your heart. The door to... I grasp her unnaturally cold hand, a hand that long ago once had warmth. If she can't lead the way, then I have to. I must pick up the pieces of our erased history so we can both reclaim ourselves. Find the actual truth. No matter what we may uncover, I will not let go of this hand. No, I mustn't let go of it. Darkness falls over the world around us. The floor upon which we had been standing flickers out of existence, sending us dropping into an endless abyss. This dark pit. This is her door. Her history. Her heart. Let's try this one more time. It's not a sweet story by any means. It's a story of betrayal, anger, hatred. We caused each other pain, but that's the road we traveled. And down that road lies all the answers. The 5th door. 1099. The real 1099.
I will save this for the actual next time. Because I'm not gonna start this chapter. I can't start this chapter here. I I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Cause because that's a great way to force you to recontextualize the entire rest of the game. Because that means that chapter one is real. Chapter one is real. Chapter two is three. Chapter two is three. Chapter one is real. Chapter two is real. Chapter three is real. Chapter four is not. Chapter four is a fake. So then, what are the real parts in chapter one, two, and three? Like, that's the big mystery in terms of like what's actually going on here. And like, that's such a fun way to add an entire new perspective to the entire game. I I want to. I have to wait until next week because I can't start. I can't. I want. I have to wait until next week because if I keep going, I'm go like I'd go way too late. But like that's a really good chapter. That's such a good chapter. Um. Okay. Um. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know so bad. I want to know so bad. Um. Okay, 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 okay. I, God, it's so good being back into reading this. So excited. I'm so excited. If I had gotten to this before, if I had gotten to this before starting the gamers outreach streams, I would have lost my mind. I absolutely would have lost my mind because I would not have been able to stop thinking about this, and now I get to endure thinking about this like only for another week. Um, okay, I'm so good. Um, oh, I'm so excited. Okay, let me raid. Let me raid into Yin because I usually don't get a chance to raid into them. Um, I'm gonna be thinking about this for a while. I'm gonna be thinking about this for like an entire week. Um, I like her. I like her a lot. That means the white-haired girl was her coping mechanism. Oh, that's so contextually rich. Um, oh, I can't wait. 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 Um, God damn. Okay. Uh, God. Okay. Rating into Yin. Uh, who, unlike me, well, it kind of a very cool inverse of me, who is a homunculus that is actually turned alchemist. So yeah, we can do, oh my god, I can type it fast, I promise. Alchemist raid,
then you can use the dance emote. If you're following but not subbed, then you can still you can use one of those. Either way, no wilting before